Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Michegas. Ridiculousness that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. Not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Tell me why I don't like Mondays. Tell me why. I saw somebody put it in there. Who sings that song? I fell into a rabbit hole because I got nothing for you today. I got nothing. There's nothing to talk about. It's going to be a 5-minute show. I'm in, I'm out. I fell in the rabbit hole of Live Aid 1985 because that song was in my head all day today. Tell me why I don't like Mondays. You know why I don't like Mondays? Because Mass Courts was down all day long. Listen, we all thought something big was going to happen today with the Boomtown Rats. That's right. Live Aid 1985. For those youngins of you, I'm going to tell you all about it because I fell into the rabbit hole a couple minutes ago. Mass Courts was down all day today. They kept teasing, promising we were going to get something big today. Big things were going to happen today. Big things. So I'm on call all day. I'm on call. I'm waiting. I'm ready. I'm refreshing all day. Mass Courts down for maintenance. What the hell does that mean on a Monday? You don't do your maintenance on a Monday. You do your maintenance on a Sunday. Because what happens if you got a statute of limitations that expires today and you got to e-file something real quick? You're going to blow the statute? You're going to be sued for malpractice because they're doing maintenance on the stupid Mass Court website? What? Ridiculous. Didn't somebody once say, and I don't know if this is true, so maybe it's not true, maybe it's just a rumor, maybe there's no verification to it, but didn't somebody say that Jennifer McCabe's cousin was like a Superior Court clerk at one point? Wasn't that a rumor? I think it was a rumor, but it may be true. It's not true. It's BS. Yeah, I thought, the Boomtown Rats. You're right. It was the Boomtown Rats. Live Aid 1985 was a fundraiser. Huge concert for the Ethiopian famine disaster. It was a dual venue event. It was in Wembley in London, and it was at JFK Stadium in Philly. Did anybody go? If you went to Live Aid in 1985, July of 1985, it was 95 degrees. And yes, the Boomtown Rats played in London. And as did, because I fell in the rabbit hole, it has been voted Queen's 21-minute performance was said to be the best rock and roll performance of all time in many polls. Did you know that? There's a lot of technical difficulties, but look, it was 1985. What do you expect, right? Elvis Costello. Queen's 21-minute performance, which began at 6:41 p.m., was voted the greatest live performance in the history of rock and roll in a 2005 industry poll of more than 60 artists, journalists, and music industry executives. So, that was supposed to be good. A little Bohemian Rhapsody. We Are the Champions. U2 played, David Bowie played, Rolling Stones. U2 did a 12-minute rendition of Bad. And so they only got to play they only got to play 2 songs. 2 songs. U2 did. How do you do a 12-minute version of anything? And so then they had to let's see. So they only played 2 songs. Doesn't say what the second one is. They play the third one, Pride in the Name of Love, they had to drop. And Bono, during Bad, jumped off the stage to join the crowd and dance with a teenage girl. And the woman said that he saved her life because she was about to be crushed. Yes, Heidi. Heidi got it. Heidi knew. Rolling Stone described David Bowie's performance as arguably Bowie's last triumph of the 1980s. 2 billion people sang along to Heroes. That's a great song. I do love that song. Phil Collins played. Actually, Phil Collins played in London, and then he flew in a helicopter to Philly, and he played in Philly also. How crazy is that? And then Paul McCartney also played in Wembley. And then at JFK, let's see, Jack Nicholson was the host. Joan Baez played, and she said to the crowd, "This is your Woodstock, and it's long overdue." And she sang Amazing Grace and We Are the World. Madonna played. Tom Petty, Bob Dylan, Rolling Stones, The Who. I mean, come on. This is like an all-star thing. Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young reunited for this. The original Black Sabbath with Ozzy, the Beach Boys with Brian Wilson, and the surviving members of Led Zeppelin played with Phil Collins sitting in for John Bonham on drums. Wow. Wow. Teddy Pendergrass made his first public appearance since his near-fatal car accident in 1982, which paralyzed him. Bryan Adams, Judas Priest. I mean, come on. Duran Duran, 4-song set. Simple Minds. And Eric Clapton. I mean, We Are the World. Right. But I don't think that's I think that was from We Are the World was at, I think, Farm Aid, right? A couple years before that. And so I thought this was kind of cool because, of course, I had to pull up the video while I was waiting for you. Tell me why I don't like Mondays. And check this out. Can't play it for you because they'll strike me on the music. But here's the crowd at Wembley. I can play it a little bit. And it's so funny because when I started playing it, I won't play the sound, but for some reason the captions came up in Dutch. And so I thought that was Bob Geldof. And so I mean, look at the 80s. The 80s fashion was just insane, right? Crazy. See if we can get some more crowd shots. There you go. Live Aid at Wembley, 1985. So cool, right? The 80s were really cool. The 80s were like, I think the 80s was like the last decade where you were never constantly available all the time. It was before email. It was before cell phones. It was like you had to find a payphone to tell your parents you were going to be late. And then you could always say, I couldn't find a quarter. And now everyone expects you to just be available all the time, like 24/7, right? Like, oh, didn't you get my email? Yeah, but it's after close of business. They don't care. They want you to email them back at 3:00 in the morning. But I mean, oh man, the 80s was such a great decade. Shoulder pads. What do you miss about the 80s? Tell me what you miss about. I miss shoulder pads. I think shoulder pads really, and the power suit, like the monochromatic power suits for women were fantastic. Well, that was more 90s, I guess, but 80s was like mohawks and tie-dyes. And I mean, tie-dyes never go out of style, do they? I don't think tie-dyes are ever out of style. There you go. The music, good movies. Oh, wait, what's that? Okay, so that looks like, oh, there's the Goodyear blimp over Wembley. Look at that overhead shot. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Being younger, being a teenager. Big hair. Yeah, the big hair. Oh, yeah, the big hair. Everyone had a perm in the 80s, right? Did everybody have a perm? I had a perm. We all had perms. So fun. Big hair with like Aquanet hairspray. Everybody smoked cigarettes, right? Everybody smoked cigarettes. Tie-dye every day. I still wear tie-dye every day. So it's funny to me because I still have like tie-dyes from college and they're still good because tie-dye never goes out of style. If you ask me. Big hair, smoking cigarettes, hanging out in cars. I don't know, roller rinks, drive-in movie theaters. Remember the drive-in movie theaters? That was so fun going to the drive-in. We used to bring our lawn chairs and everybody would sit outside their cars at the drive-in. Leg warmers. Oh, leg warmers. Oh my God, the neon colors. I remember neon ski wear. Like, and you had to be a really good skier. I went to college and law school in Colorado. And so like, if you're a really good skier, you could wear like the neon onesie, let's say, pink or yellow, Mad Dog 2020. How about like Boone's Farm, Strawberry Hill, roller rinks and arcades. Yeah, the arcades and the shopping malls. Roosevelt Field. Roosevelt Field was the mall. That was the mall. That was, I think, probably the only mall in Long Island. But anyway, the best one. The neon snow bunny. Are we there yet? Says I was the neon snow bunny. I never felt confident enough skiing to wear neon, but you did. I had furry boots though. Did you have furry boots? Après ski furry boots that needed a brush to brush the boots. Going to the mall. Columbia men's jackets. Yep. Columbia neon ski jackets. Yep. Do you remember there's a line of clothing? It was called Sweats Bishago. And it was like navy blue pants that had like a white stripe on the side. And all the guys wore and members only jackets. Do you remember members only jackets? Yes, we covered the Jesse Butler case. I think twice, Monty. We covered it twice. Go back and look for it. There's a whole stream called Oklahoma Horror Stories, and it's in there, and it's horrific. Yep, playing outside. Going to call for somebody, like knocking on somebody's door and being like, oh, can so-and-so come out and play? Jukeboxes. Oh, yeah, the jukeboxes at the diner. Some diners here still have the jukeboxes at the diner, but I don't think they really work. Cigarette machines. Remember cigarette machines were like $1.20. It was like $1.25 for cigarettes. Every bar had a cigarette machine. Some of them, like the classy bars, would sell the cigarettes behind the bar. The mullets. Oh, yep, the jelly shoes. Birkenstocks were in, and still are, by the way. Payphones. I saw a payphone yesterday. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe there still was one. Cosmic Blue had a spiral perm. Revisited it 5 years ago. Man, those are the days, huh? Jean jackets. I still have a jean jacket. Army jackets were big. Dodgeball. Oh, I still have horror stories about PTSD from dodgeball in like gym class. Happy hour free food. Oh yeah. Red eye. If you know if you had we had a calendar in college, like we would know where to go, what day for happy hour. Cause you would be like, okay, they have wings today at the Dark Horse. And then you go to a different bar another day for whatever other buffet they had. And if you could time it out right, you could eat free every single night at happy hour. The Princess Bride. Yep. Columbia Music, 12 CDs for a penny. Benetton. Wow, that's a good one. There was a Benetton on every corner. Salty Beach Girl, Lori. Remember that? Orange Julius. Everything smelled like patchouli. Yep. I was in Boulder. Everything smelled like patchouli. And when I go back to Boulder, everything still smells like patchouli. Oh, yeah. Busy signals. Can't make this up. I know. There was a time where you couldn't get through. MTV was the thing to watch. First of all, is MTV still around? Because they had actual music videos. Now you have to go to YouTube and watch your music videos. Esprit, yep, and Blockbuster. Oh man, going to Blockbuster on a Friday night. I liked the blue mascara too for my blue eyes. I really did like the blue mascara. Jordache jeans, Jordache and Gloria Vanderbilt. Oh yeah, the emergency breakthrough. What about the collect call? You could do a collect call, but then you'd have a system for the collect call. Just Irish emergency breakthroughs. Yeah. The collect call would be like, you would say, yeah, collect call from Melanie. And then like your mother would decline the charge. You'd be like, pick me up at the mall at 5. Try to sneak the message in. Nothing comes between me and my Calvins. Oh man. Those are the days. Yep, slamming down the phone when you were mad to the boxer mom. The phone with a really, really long cord on it. And you'd have to like, I remember my sister eventually getting her own line in her room because she just did not want to wait to call her boyfriend on the phone. She had to have her own line. That was like a big deal. She had to pay for it herself too. Oh my God, the long distance bills. The long distance bills were horrific. Weren't they horrific? Laura, I'm glad it's your day off and thanks for being with me for 15 months. You guys are going to pick the topic tonight. I got a couple things for you, but not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. Laura says Bob Geldof of the Boomtown Rats created Live Aid. Yes, he did. I was just doing the deep dive on it. You are correct. Mike B from the 413 says there was a rumor her uncle was Kevin Weeks of the Whitey Bulger era. Yeah, I think that was proven to be false about Jennifer McCabe. Jennifer McCabe's maiden name is Weeks, and I think that was proven to be false. But you guys can tell me if anybody's ever had it confirmed. Thank you on top for your super sticker. And Grammy C to B says an absolutely amazing coming together. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? 1985 was a very good year. Bridget says no social media in the 80s, only payphones and notes. Oh, yeah, passing notes in school. Right. Passing notes in school. I was always in trouble. I was always in trouble for passing notes. Can you believe it? Cosmic Blue says I had spiral perm. I revisited it 5 years ago. I think I covered that one. And Brigitte says Jane Fonda aerobics. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The aerobics and the VHS tapes, right? VHS tapes. Yellow Lead Betteros says the leg warmers, 100%. So in Taunton, Mass, we have an old school arcade called Free Play. $12 all you could play. We went Saturday for a date night, the best. Oh, did it have skee ball? Because I used to be really good at skee ball. And also I was really good at Q*bert. One of you viewers had the name Q*bert for a while, and I was really good at Q*bert. That was my game. For a date night, the best Marble Madness champion right here. Oh, Orange Julius. Yeah. Quinn says, anybody remember the perfume Sunflower? Is that supposed to say sunflower? Because it says Sunlower. Sunflower and Dracar. Yeah, I remember Dracar. Oh, I can still smell that. And like Ralph Lauren Polo. Oof. Known it to 3. Members only jacket. Yep. Thanks for your super chat. J Mug says, love this stroll down memory lane. Thanks for being with me for 16 months. Every now and then we got to do it. Pac-Man, Space Invaders, Dracar Noir. Ron Duguay doing the Ooh La La Sassoon commercial with his long flowing hair and his Rangers jersey on, skating around the rink. Ooh La La Sassoon. Flashdance and Footloose. Yep. Mama of a Medic. Yep. Sunflower Quinn. I don't remember a perfume named Sunflower. Roach Clips. Feather earrings. How about feather earrings? Feather earrings that actually were a roach clip. Okay. Do you remember those? Men Were Brute. Yeah. And a lot of Old Spice. American Bandstand. Oh my God. Kim says that remember trying to lighten our hair with Lemon Go Lightly. No, I remember Sun In though. And if you screwed it up, your hair turned orange. And I also remember I had a babysitter. Oh my gosh, she was gorgeous. Her name was Ellen. I'll never forget that. She was gorgeous. She was tan. She was bikini. She'd be laying out in my backyard, and I always wanted to be like Ellen. But anyway, Ellen, people used to put Crisco on to go out in the sun, by the way. Crisco and like tinfoil. Remember you had like a tinfoil like thing in front of you and you'd sit outside? Nobody knew about skin cancer. Like wasn't a thing. Sun In was the worst. Yep. Sarah Be Creative Happiest, Melanie anniversary. The anniversary to us. It's been 15 months, Sarah. We're going to make it work. Quinn says, how about Sun In? Oh, yes. Gave me orange hair too. Yes. Laura says, I miss camping out in line for real concert tickets and meeting the bands and record store appearances in stores. Yes. It's so funny. That's so funny that you say that because I found one the other day. It was Dave Matthews playing at like a record store back in like the very beginning of his career. So I want to say it was like late 80s, early 90s playing. I might have even been at a Blockbuster and he looks like a baby and like nobody's paying attention. And the people who are sitting there in this record store, like don't even know what they're witnessing. It's crazy. Oh, it's crazy. You worked at a record store? Best job ever in the 80s. I was the counter girl at Howard Johnson's. Yes, I was. Hojo. I was the counter girl, scooping the ice cream for you. That was me. And then after the Hojo closed, it turned into a ground round. And I was a waitress at the ground round. But those were both great jobs. Highly recommend. And I feel like all kids should have to work in a restaurant at some point so you can learn how to like deal with like really annoying customers. So I remember camping out in line for real concert tickets because I was in Boulder at the time. And so every time the Grateful Dead would come to Red Rocks, we were sleeping outside at the UMC in sleeping bags. And it was a safe place to sleep. I mean, it was better than sleeping in your car at Roosevelt Field at the Ticketron or Ticketmaster. No, it was Ticketron, I think, at the time, right? Back then. Those were the days of real concert tickets, and you really had to wait in line to get them. And they were physical concert tickets. And somehow we always got a ticket. Black eyeliner pencil. Hold on. Yeah, the Sony Walkman. The Sony Walkman with the cassette tape. I still have like a bunch of Grateful Dead cassette tapes, like live, tapes like people used to trade, like in my basement. I don't think they're playable. I don't know who has a cassette player, but I have hundreds of them downstairs, all the original, like first generation tapes. Welcome, Just Keep Simmons 76. I think you're going to like it here. This is Angie's first ever super chat. Oh, and look at the profile picture. That's Aidan Kearney, Turtleboy's Halloween costume. He was, if you didn't see it, he was dressed up like JFK. And Angie says, first ever super chat, just wanted to say thank you for all your coverage. It was through you that I discovered Karen Reed. I love you, Miss Melanie. Oh, I love that. I love that. I love that for us. And Heidi became a new member. $10 to see Aerosmith, says Christine. I have all my ticket stubs too. It was $9.50 to see the Grateful Dead at Nassau Coliseum. $9.50. And I think the more expensive tickets were $11.50. Yeah, Gina Tay perfume. How about this stuff? Calgon, Take Me Away. Yeah. Calgon. You guys are having such a great time going down memory lane. Look at this. It's Simon LeBon's birthday, says Elizabeth Christine. Who made radio shows with their cassette tapes? Yeah. So here's what used to happen if there's any youngsters here and they don't know. You'd have your cassette player ready. You'd be listening to the radio, on the radio. And then when your favorite song came on, you had to quickly press the buttons on the tape recorder. You had to press record and play at the same time so that you could tape your favorite song onto your cassette tape. And then if you were really, 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 really special, a boy might make you a mixtape. Boom boxes. Yeah. Did you ever get a mixtape? Mm-hmm. Yep. You'd have to wait for the song to come on the radio to record it. Those are the days of payola. Remember payola? There was a lot of radio stations. That's right. There was a lot of radio stations that used to use the payola system. Well, payola would get your record on the radio, and a little something for the DJ would get you some playtime. And Grateful Dead fan 88 says Grateful Dead had their own ticketing. That's how they kept the prices down. Yes. And do you remember the Grateful Dead hotline and having to call into the Grateful Dead hotline? I don't remember the number, but there was a Grateful Dead hotline, and you would call in on the day that they announced the spring or fall tour, and they would tell you the dates and the cities, and they would give you the instructions for mail order. And people used to decorate their envelopes for Grateful Dead ticket sales. And I still remember the lady's name who worked in the office. Do you remember the lady who worked in the Grateful Dead ticket sales office? Those are the days. And then you would send you had to send a money order in, and then they would mail you back your tickets. And those were always really, really good, like tickets with glitter on them. Oh, that was so much fun. WLIR was the radio station here on Long Island. So fun. Don't anybody interrupt me with any breaking news because this is so much fun. Sean Cassidy, I think, was my first concert before the Grateful Dead. My mother took us to see Sean Cassidy. Yes, I did. That was fun. That was fun. Yeah, for mail order, you had to do if you decorated your envelopes, like you thought you'd have a better chance of getting tickets. Because there was like a limit, I think, for how many tickets you could get. But boy, was that fun. Was that fun? My daughter, who goes to Boulder, was in Telluride this weekend, and she sent me pictures of Telluride. And I said, listen, summer of 1987, I saw the Grateful Dead play in Telluride at the little baseball diamond in town. Was anybody at that show? That summer tour 1987 was amazing. It was Telluride to Park City, Utah, on the mountain, Tempe, Arizona. So much fun. Those are the days. Those are the days. All right. I got one thing for you anyway. Two things, maybe two things. We can talk about whatever you want. I thought it would be fun to Telluride still is cathode. Telluride looks the same. It looks exactly the same. It hasn't changed. I couldn't believe she was sending me pictures on Main Street and it looks exactly the same. Not a lot has changed except for the prices are insane. Like try and buy a house right now in Telluride. It's wild. Bill Graham, who used to be the promoter of the Grateful Dead, I think he was west of the Mississippi, right? Bill Graham. He had a giant compound in Telluride, and I think Tom Cruise might also still have. But Telluride is a beautiful place. One road in, one road out. It's a box canyon. It is gorgeous. Highly recommend if you ever have a chance to get there. Get there. It's beautiful. Stinky Cat says, I worked dead shows at Nassau Coliseum, and big crowds of deadheads that didn't have tickets would breach the doors. Yes, they did. Not me. There were random shoes left over all over the place after security got the doors closed. I know. Well, also they were always like the spinners. We used to call them the spinners. They would just twirl around, and they didn't even come into the show. A lot of times they'd just be in like the ring around Nassau Coliseum in the hallways, just spinning. No shoes. A lot of smiles though. A lot of smiles. I saw the Go-Go's open for the Police, Patrice. That was a great show. Yep. Snow days listening to the radio for school cancellation. Paper flyers where the party was going to be. No internet. So the only way to find out. Yeah. And you know what's so funny, Laura, too, is like we didn't have cell phones, but we always found our friends, right? If you were going to a concert or whatever, it'd be like, okay, let's meet at the flagpole at 6. And we always met at the flagpole at 6. And somehow we always found each other. Yes. I remember that too. General Hospital was on at 3 o'clock. Running home from school to see Luke and Laura in General Hospital, says Amy Jones. I remember. Yep. Were people hot moon boots, the moonwalk? Yeah. Do you think people were happier back then, or do you think we just didn't care? You know, if you wanted to bully somebody, you had to find him in person to bully him, right? It was not this constant barrage of being able to hide behind a fake name and bully someone anonymously. You had to have the balls to bully somebody, right? Some guy with cancer says, my dad tried to dye his hair from gray to black and turned it purple at the salon to get it stripped out. The girl said he looked like an eggplant. You mean in the 80s or like yesterday? Oh no. Was he using like the touch of gray or whatever that stuff is? That's crazy. That is crazy. Thank you, some guy with cancer, for your super chat. And Heidi says, my first job was as a human mannequin at the mall. Wow. That's hard. Did you have to stay still the whole time? You know, like some of those performers in Times Square that are like the Statue of Liberty and they stand still for like hours at a time. That's crazy, Heidi. Brigitte said, looking forward to watching you and Emily C tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Oh, she told me it's 9:30. It was 9:30. I think it's 9:30. Oh, you know what? Let me set up a redirect right now. Emily, do you have that set up so I can redirect to you? Do you know how to do that? Let me just see if I can do that. We're going to do something fun tomorrow morning. She's got a whole plan. You know, Emily, she's a kindergarten teacher in real life. A recovering kindergarten teacher. Hold on. Let's see. Emily, you're going to have to go into your settings and you're going to have to go like in YouTube Studio and you're going to have to go to like the settings and somehow allow other channels to redirect to you. And then I can redirect so I can teleport everyone there right after this is over so that they can remember to hit the reminder button. Right, Emily? I'm here for you. Thank you, Brigitte, for telling everyone. Tomorrow morning, 9:30, we'll be there. Robert B, thank you for your super sticker for $10. Quinn says Aquanet and genie pants in full of. Oh yeah, those genie pants were so cool. I had tie-dye ones. By the way, what can I do with my mixtapes? They're gold, like the solid gold dancers. I don't know. I mean, I would say hang on to them for now. I know Emily's like, I'm answering out loud, like you could hear me. When you get that redirect set up, let me know. Or I'll just go back and check again. Dr. Ruth. Scott's like, Dr. Ruth. Oh my God. Remember Dr. Ruth had a radio show and people call in with their sexual problems. And Dr. Ruth, it is 9:30, she says, Emily says. And Dr. Ruth was answering everybody's problems on the air. Remember How about Dear Abby and Ann Landers? Robert B says Don Kirchner's rock concert and midnight special. Yeah. And Soul Train. And staying up to watch Saturday Night Live on the little black and white television. Jadzia says, I'm late for a very important date. No time to say hello, goodbye. I'm late. Hi, Jadzia. You're not late. We're just talking about the 80s. Talking about the 80s because I've been waiting all day for the Karen Reed civil stuff to drop, and it didn't. What had happened was it just didn't happen. But anyway, Damon Seligson, Karen's civil defense attorney, was on Howie Carr on Friday. So I'm going to play for you what he said on Howie Carr. And I can tell you why I don't like Mondays. And why I've been waiting for this all day is because of what Damon Seligson said on Friday's Howie Carr show. All right, here, let me listen for me in Howie Carr's intro. Actually, Howie Carr reached out to me today. He's like, I want to send you a copy of my new book. I'm like, yes, you do. Autograph it for me too, Howie, would you? All right, are you ready? This is Friday's Howie Carr show from Friday afternoon. This is Damon Seligson, Karen Reed's civil defense attorney, talking to Howie. Here we go.
It's Howie Carr.
844-500-4242. The Karen Reed, the aftermath continues of her two acquittals on murder charges in state court, one in 2024, one in 2025. The family of her boyfriend John O'Keefe, who died under mysterious circumstances in 2022, they have filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Karen Reed, accusing her of basically killing their loved one, Boston cop John O'Keefe, even though she was found not guilty of striking him with her car. So I don't know how she could have killed him, or how she could be responsible for his death if she didn't strike him. But they have filed this lawsuit last month, and so today her civil lawyers filed a response to the lawsuit that's been filed by the family of John O'Keefe. And joining us now to discuss what they put in their response to the O'Keefe's lawsuit is Karen Reed's new civil attorney, Damon Seligson. Damon Seligson, thanks for being with us here on the Howie Carr Show.
Howie, thanks for having me on.
And so it's 16 pages, but it really boils down to one paragraph on page 15, doesn't it? What your response? Yeah.
Correct.
You want to? Should I read it, or do you want to read it?
Go ahead and read it. I can explain it to you. Explain it to your audience if you need.
To the extent that the plaintiffs have suffered damages, all such damages claimed were caused by the acts and omissions of the third parties for whom Ms. Reed is not responsible.
Bam. There it is. Okay, Emily, I set the redirect up. We're good. We're good to go.
That's the crux of it, Howie. They have the wrong person. They prosecuted the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, prosecuted the wrong person. And sadly, the O'Keefe family is bringing a civil case seeking to hold the wrong person liable for the death of their loved one. The answer, paragraph by paragraph, responds to the paragraphs in the complaint. And then we obviously assert the affirmative defenses, which we have to do. Otherwise, you waive them under the procedural rules. But the crux of her defense is that she didn't do anything that she's been alleged or accused of, and others are responsible for that. So that's the answer we filed. We have, as we alluded to in court at the last hearing in September, we are well underway in terms of bringing to the court's attention our efforts to bring in the folks that we believe are responsible for the malicious prosecution and who are responsible for John O'Keefe's death, and that's imminent. I can tell you that.
Oh, when you mean imminent, are you mean a court filing, or what exactly are you talking about?
So what you typically do when you're a defendant in a civil case such as this, in a wrongful death action, for example, and you're claiming that other parties should be brought into the lawsuit, or you have claims, you typically have to you typically file them at the time of your answer, and you would typically say, if I have counterclaims against the plaintiffs, you bring your answer and assert counterclaims. We do not have counterclaims against the O'Keefe family, or you have cross claims against existing defendants. We do not have cross claims against the two taverns. What we are going to be bringing in imminently is a motion with an attached complaint to add other parties to the complaint, to the lawsuit, in line with that affirmative defense that you read to your audience.
So he's going to make a motion to bring in these 10 other parties, the MSP, the Canton PD, Michael Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, Brian Tully, Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins, number 10. But I got some breaking news for you. And it has nothing to do with this. It's got something to do with this. And here it is. We're going to go to this right now. Karen Reed's legal team demands Boston Police Commissioner Cox be placed on the Brady List. What? Let's see. Let's read on. On Monday, Boston Police Commissioner Michael Cox was the subject of a scathing letter sent to Mayor Michelle Wu from Karen Reed's defense attorney, Alan Jackson, who demanded that the Boston PD head be placed on Boston's Brady List for officers with credibility issues. Well, I think we kind of knew this was coming, right? Jackson's letter centers around Commissioner Cox's comments on July 10th when he denied meeting with then Boston police officer Kelly Dever before she was called to testify in Karen Reed's first trial in 2024. She was working dispatch for the Canton Police Department when John O'Keefe was found dead. I have nothing to do with Karen Reed. As a matter of fact, I didn't even know this person was associated with the Karen Reed case, Cox said at the time. Jackson says an email exchange Cox had with the FBI's Boston field office on February 22nd, 2024, explicitly references Dever and the Reed case. In a copy of the email sent to Boston 25 News, Assistant Special Agent in Charge Stephen Kelleher wrote to Cox, quote, "Just a reminder, the documents were released to the DA's office late last night. The officer we spoke about is Kelly Dever." The next day, Cox's calendar allegedly listed a meeting with Kelly Dever. We knew about this because you know who found out this information? Corey Hopkins, Marbury versus Mad on Twitter. She got it through a public records request. And I guess that's how Jackson got it. Dever, who resigned from her position with Boston Police in September, was called to the stand by Reed's defense team on June 2nd. While Dever, that news broke, the news of her resignation broke during the Wilbur show in Boston. While Dever was on the stand, the defense implied that Cox influenced her testimony. Dever confirmed she had a conversation with Cox about the murder case at some point before taking the stand in the retrial, but she denied getting any guidance. Corey's out here doing the Lord's work. There she is. And there she is. Kelly, why you always have a puss on Dever? Cox's televised claim that he had nothing to do with Karen Reed and didn't even know this person, Kelly Dever, was associated with the Karen Reed case was a bold-faced lie, one now disproven by documentary evidence originating from the FBI itself. Jackson writes, for the commissioner to suggest that he had nothing to do with that case defies both logic and leadership. Common sense tells us he had everything to do with it. Jackson also called on the Post Commission to initiate a full disciplinary review for dishonesty, lack of candor, and conduct unbecoming an officer. Boston 25 News has reached out to the Boston Police Department for comment. What do you think he's going to say? Oh, I know what he's going to say. He's going to say, oh, I must have had a false memory. I must have just forgot. I guess I forgot. Yeah, Mass Courts is back up, but the stuff I was looking for on Karen Reed civil case isn't there. It came up right before I came on live, or like when I decided to schedule this live. But this just broke, so there's that. Deborah lied like Cox lied. Well, maybe Cox suggested the false memory theory to her. You know, there's a thing called false memories. And then, yeah, do the right thing. Do the right thing, he said. Was it Ted Daniel that broke this? Let's see. No. Brian Lambert, Boston 25 News staff, and Ted Daniel, Boston 25 News. I mean, Ted Daniel was, you could tell he was pro Karen Reed. His interview, I thought, was the best of Karen Reed. The best of the Karen Reed interviews, I thought, was done by Ted Daniel. And specifically, I think the one that was done in the car, I think was the best. Let me, I think I have the video of Cox's statement. Hold, please. Sure, one of you guys sent it to me. Hang on. Well, for some reason, I don't have it in front of me right now, but was it Corey Hopkins who posted it? Cox Docs, COXDOCS. Yeah, the Cox documents. Hold on. Because she's got all the receipts. She's got the calendar entry. Yeah, there's a calendar invite. Here it is. Okay, here we go. All right, here's his statement. Commissioner Cox talking to the media.
I have nothing to do with Karen Reed. Matter of fact, I didn't even know this person was associated with a Karen Reed case. I get information passed on whether people are high or low, and I encourage everyone, right? And if you're going to work here and you belong here, then we're going to encourage you. I have no idea what they're talking about with Karen Reed. It had nothing to do with Karen Reed. No discussion about
Did you
Karen
tell Officer Deborah to do the right thing?
I didn't know she was even associated with that case. So, I don't know. I was struck. Like, what do I have to do with the Karen Reed case? I never have said those words together. And so the fact is, it's much to do about that, but I have nothing to do with Karen Reed. I was in the state of Michigan. So,
Thank you.
I have nothing to do with.
I know you're lying because your lips are moving. Who sings that song? That's not the right tune. But if you know who I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about. I think it's Meghan Trainor. Okay, so here is the here's the timeline of things. So what had happened was on February 21st of 2024, that's when this guy, Stephen Kelleher of the FBI, sent an email saying, this is for your information, these emails were exchanged or something last night. And the cop I'm referring to is Kelly Dever. And then all of a suddenly, the federal documents were released on 2/21/24 in the evening. 2/22/24 at 6:23 p.m. FBI special agent in charge Kelleher, which is very interesting because the guy who lives across the street, this guy's name is Stephen Kelleher, but the guy who lives across the street from 34 Fairview, who was the acting chief of police of Canton PD, his name was Tom Kelleher. He's the one whose ring cameras didn't work. I mean, I know Kelleher is a common name and all, but it seems like there's no such thing as coincidence when it comes to the Karen Reed case. So on 2/22/24 at 6:23 p.m., Kelleher emails Commissioner Cox Kelly Dever's name, and then 10 business hours later, there's a calendar invite or a calendar entry on Commissioner Cox's calendar that he had an 11 a.m. meeting with police officer Kelly Dever. Friday, February 23rd, 11 a.m. It's right there on his calendar. So Alan Jackson is calling for Michael Cox to now be on the Brady list because he can't be trusted. Can't be trusted. Shocked? No. Surprised? No. Corey's telling us everything. But here's the thing that's kind of like BS. Let me get the BS button out for a minute. Corey Hopkins is uncovering things through public record requests that should have been automatically disclosed to the defendants. That's the craziest part about this, is that the stuff that she's uncovering, Corey Hopkins is an attorney, I think in South Carolina, one of the Carolinas. Her Twitter name, or whatever you call it, handle, is Marbury v. Mad. She's got a lot of very intelligent posts. She's a lawyer. And she has filed a lawsuit against Norfolk County DA's office, or Norfolk County, I'm not sure who the defendant is exactly, to unseal the sidebars in the Kearney case, saying under the public records law, you have to unseal them. She did a FOIA request. They refused to release them. And so she's now filed a lawsuit against them. It's like 120 pages long. And, well, she filed a lawsuit for the sidebars, but I think some of this stuff she got through regular public records requests, right? Because the original emails, like from Marcy, I think she got those. I think they turned those over. Or did she have to file a lawsuit for those too? You know better, Emily, because she was on your show just yesterday. If you guys didn't watch that, go watch Emily C's show from, I think it was yesterday or the day before. No, she's a lawyer. Yeah, what if there's a cert report they didn't turn over? So it's kind of crazy, right? Because these are all things that they should have turned over, like Bettero has been saying, that they're getting stuff or they're finding stuff like on Twitter that Corey and other people are getting through public record requests that they have been asking for and they're not even getting. And I think that was even brought out at one of the hearings, that, these emails are coming out and they're all over the internet, and Cosgrove's not turning them over to us. And we've asked for them a million times through all my letters and stuff like that. Right? But in the meantime, let's get back and finish the Howie Carr segment because, oh, look, something shiny. We just went off onto a different tangent. Let's let Damon Seligson finish telling us, as he just told us, or started to tell us anyway, about how they're going to bring in 10 more people to the lawsuit. Sometimes we get breaking news and then we just got to go. We just got to go. Where did it go? Where did the tape go? Back to the tape. Where is it? It's gone. It's just disappeared. Hello. Hold on. All right. It was right around 19 minutes.
By the family of John O'Keefe. And joining us now to discuss.
Many of you might just be tuning in right now, so we'll start from the beginning. This is Damon Seligson, Karen Reed's civil defense attorney on Howie Carr just this past Friday. That's what I thought was going to drop today. That's why I've been stalking and refreshing the Mass Court's website all day long, and it was down all day long until something like 3:45 p.m. And there's no filing, so there's that.
What they put in their response to the O'Keefe's lawsuit is Karen Reed's new civil attorney, Damon Seligson. Damon Seligson, thanks for being with us here on the Howie Carr Show.
Howie, thanks for having me on.
And so most, it's 16 pages, but it really boils down to one paragraph on page 15, doesn't it? What your response? Yeah.
Correct.
You want to? Should I read it, or do you want to read it?
Go ahead and read it. I can explain it to you. To your audience if you need.
To the extent that the plaintiffs have suffered damages, all such damages claimed were caused by the acts and omissions of the third parties for whom Ms. Reed is not responsible.
That's the crux of it, Howie. They have the wrong person. They prosecuted the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, prosecuted the wrong person, and sadly, the O'Keefe family is bringing a civil case seeking to hold the wrong person liable for the death of their loved one. The answer, paragraph by paragraph, responds to the paragraphs in the complaint. And then we obviously assert the affirmative defenses, which we have to do. Otherwise, you waive them under the procedural rules. But the crux of her defense is that she didn't do anything that she's been alleged or accused of, and others are responsible for that. So,
right, and that's what I've been talking about since the beginning of this civil suit. I've been saying they're going to third party in all the defendants who Karen Reed thinks is responsible for the death of John O'Keefe, or for conspiring against her to get the police to focus on her instead of maybe on them, and for malicious prosecution and other violations of her civil rights. And that's how you do it. You file a third-party lawsuit and you say, okay, they're suing me for the death of John O'Keefe. It wasn't me, it was them. And not only was it maybe them, but maybe they conspired to draw attention away from themselves and onto me. And there's certain things that are evidence of that. For example, the group text messages. Tell them the guy never went in the house. The butt dials. Pass along to dying cold. Google search at 2:27 a.m. And many other such things that could lead a jury to believe that perhaps certain people were conspiring to take the heat or the focus off of them and pin it on the girl. Nick Rocco says, I think it may be a couple of weeks before the lawsuits. I don't know. I was getting so excited today. I thought it was going to be today because somebody told me that you said that there was going to be big news today. And then I thought that we broke the whole Mass Court's website because everyone was looking and it was down all day and there was nothing. There was nothing. How much proof would she need to have? It's to make it more likely than not to a jury. Massachusetts is a state where you have to find the defendant 51% or more at fault in order to collect. New York is not like that. It's a weird hybrid of comparative negligence and comparative negligence and contributory negligence. So in Massachusetts, let's say, I'm going to give you an easier example than this. Let's say you're in a car accident and it's an intersection accident, right? And you say you have the green light and the other guy said they have the green light and it's like a T-bone accident and it goes to a jury. And let's say you're the plaintiff and the jury finds that the defendant was 40% at fault and the plaintiff was 60% at fault. Plaintiff gets nothing, squeeta, because the plaintiff was found to be more than 50% at fault. In New York, in the same scenario, the plaintiff, even though the plaintiff was 60% at fault, could collect 40% from the defendant of a $100,000 verdict. Let's say they would get $40,000. See how that works? In Massachusetts, if the plaintiff is 51%, or any shade over 50% or more liable, they do not collect anything. And so it's really just like the scales of justice, just tip them a little tiny bit that way. It's not the, beyond a reasonable doubt standard like you have in criminal court. It is just tip the scales a little teeny weeny bit and you get to recover. See? Listen to what else he has to say.
That's the answer we filed. We have, as we alluded to in court at the last hearing in September, we are well underway in terms of bringing to the court's attention our efforts to bring in the folks that we believe are responsible for the malicious prosecution and who are responsible for John O'Keefe's death, and that's imminent. I can tell you that.
Oh, when you mean imminent, are you mean a court filing, or what exactly are you talking about?
So what you typically do when you're a defendant in a civil case such as this, in a wrongful death action, for example, and you're claiming that other parties should be brought into the lawsuit, or you have claims, you typically have to you typically file them at the time of your answer, and you would typically say, if I have counterclaims against the plaintiffs, you bring your answer and assert counterclaims. We do not have counterclaims against the O'Keefe family. Or you have cross claims against existing defendants. We do not have cross claims against the two taverns. What we are going to be bringing in imminently is a motion with an attached complaint to add other parties to the complaint, to the lawsuit, in line with that affirmative defense that you read to your audience. That's a teaser of what's coming. We're working on it, and within days, we will have this served on all of those parties. They will have an opportunity to respond, and hopefully it will be in front of the Judge O'Shea in advance of the next hearing on the 21st of November.
So how imminently?
You know what that means too? They all are going to have to hire lawyers, every single one of them, except for the MSP and Canton PD. They have assigned counsel. They probably have in-house counsel, or they have counsel on retainer, but the McCabe's, the Alberts, Brian Higgins, Michael Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, they are going to have to be, they're going to have to hire attorneys to represent them. There is no insurance company in the world that will defend them. They have two problems. Number one, they have a notice problem. If, for example, and I've given this example many, many, many times, if John O'Keefe fell and hit his head at the Alberts house, or tripped down the stairs and smacked his head on the back of the stairs, and then maybe Chloe came and tried to pull his arm to bring him to safety. If that happened, and the Alberts notified their homeowners insurance policy, homeowners carrier, if they notified them that there was an accident, that this guy fell down the stairs in our house, and then our dog got involved, homeowners insurance would cover them. They would defend them in a lawsuit. But in order to have coverage, as any insurance adjuster will tell you, and I'm sure there are many in the chat, you need to tell your insurance company about any potential claims. You have to give them notice. It has now been more than 3 years since John O'Keefe was killed, almost 4 years. And any insurance carrier out there is going to say, we're going to disclaim on notice. You didn't tell us about this. Not that that's going to be their defense. There's also no insurance company that I know of, no homeowners carrier, that would ever cover you for something like a violation of civil rights or a civil conspiracy. There's not, I mean, if you can think of an insurance company that would cover that, let me know. But I'm pretty sure they don't have that. Although I think the McCabe's owned a home at the time, and the Alberts owned 34 Fairview at the time. And so they did have homeowners coverage at the time, but I'm pretty sure they probably didn't notify them. Same as Higgins. I don't know if Higgins owned a home at the time. And I would go back to the carrier on the date of the incident, even if they sold their house. Any insurance company is going to say exactly that. You're exactly right. You know what they're going to say. They're going to say, hold on, we need Cardi B. They're going to say, hello, where have you been? How come you haven't told us about this?
Hello.
Hello. Hello, I'm here.
So the attorneys that they hire are going to be at their own expense. It's going to be at their own expense. And attorneys are good. Legal representation is expensive. How much do you think Kevin Reddington charges per hour? I will tell you that Bob Alessi charges north of about probably $1,800 an hour. Depositions for days in civil court. In civil litigation, you can depose anybody you want. Nothing's objectionable. All objections are reserved for the time of trial. I've sat in civil depositions that have gone on for days, literally. So Seligson says he's going to make a motion. He's going to attach the proposed complaint. And every one of those people is going to have to come in with an attorney to answer the motion, to oppose the motion, It's going to be up to the judge, who right now is Daniel O'Shea. It's Plymouth County, whether or not he's going to allow it to proceed that way, or whether Seligson is, they're going to bring these claims no matter what. It's just a matter of streamlining the process, because if they go file in federal court and move to consolidate, the federal judge may take over and may say, okay, we're taking this case out of state court, we're bringing it to federal court. And we already heard the plaintiff's attorney say he doesn't want to be in federal court. And I can't blame him, because federal court is really strict and the deadlines are really tight. And there's no abada going on in, in federal court. You can't come in and start making excuses about why you didn't turn over your automatic discovery. So Seligson can file other lawsuits in another court, and then they can move to consolidate them later, or they can try and streamline everything. Because if there's two different lawsuits on two different tracks, everyone's going to have to be deposed twice, and, saves everybody money if they do it all together, right? See what else he has to say.
Is imminent.
Within days.
He said within days. That's
Within
why I have to
days.
wait. Okay, this was on Friday. And Howie's like, okay, when are you going to do it? And he said within days. So here I am refreshing the docket today. And now Nick Rocco just told us it could be weeks. Here we go. Let's hear that again.
Or you have cross claims against existing defendants. We do not have cross claims against the two taverns. What we are going to be bringing in imminently is a motion with an attached complaint to add other parties to the complaint, to the lawsuit, in line with that affirmative defense that you read to your audience. That's a teaser of what's coming. We're working on it. And within days, we will have this served on all of those parties. They will have an opportunity to respond, and hopefully it will be in front of the Judge O'Shea in advance of the next hearing on the 21st of November.
So how imminently is imminent?
Within days.
Within days. And so, but Judge O'Shea hasn't made a decision whether he's going to allow you to add these quote unquote third parties to the case, correct?
Oh, Howie. He can't make a decision.
Correct. So what I mean by within
He can't make a decision, Howie, until there's a motion in front of him.
days is within days we will be serving all of these parties with our request that he allow us to bring them in. And they will get that within days. They will then have a specific time frame in which to serve us with their oppositions.
30 days.
We will then file all of those papers in court, and hopefully the judge will have it on his agenda for the next hearing, at which time we will be asking him to bring them in. And the bases for those arguments will be set forth in that document we're going to be serving within days.
Within days.
So I know I know it's hard to predict, but what are the precedent? How often are defendants like Karen Reed allowed to bring in other defendants, like you're trying to do with the McAlberts and the state police? How often does a motion like this succeed, Damon Seligson, or is it too rare to even speculate?
It's rare to speculate because this is an extraordinary case, and this is quite a novel procedural ask. But when you think about the court's task here, the court's task is to make sure that all the facts are adjudicated so that you don't have duplicative litigation. You don't have Karen Reed suing the people that she has affirmative claims against in lawsuit number 1 while defending herself in lawsuit number 2, which all stem from the same facts. The affirmative claims and her defenses are born of the same bases. So what we're going to be asking the judge is what we alluded to at the first hearing in September was bring everything in the same case so we don't have this unwieldy behemoth of a case with enormous legal expenses for everybody, potentially 2 trials, 2 depositions of witnesses. Put it all in one case. It makes judicial sense. It conserves judicial resources, and there's no prejudice to anybody if it's all done in one proceeding. It makes It makes perfect sense. The rules allow it, and our papers will reflect that, Howie, and it will include this, this staggering complaint that we're going to be filing.
And so there's going to be a lot of new.
Yeah, they have to be served personally. How many people do you think are avoiding service right now? when this came out Friday, everyone probably went away for the weekend. They're like, let's avoid service. Don't answer the door. Don't answer the door. Yeah, they have to be personally served. Somebody said maybe they would come in their mailbox. Who's blaming Nick Rocco? Nobody's blaming Nick Rocco. I just got excited. I wasn't blaming Nick Rocco. Were people in the chat blaming Nick Rocco? Fan of the Truth says, not Nick Rocco's fault. That's the incorrect timing expectations. He was just telling people what Karen told him. Oh, I don't know if that's what happened, but I was banking on what Seligson told Howie on Friday within a couple of days, and today's Monday. And so I thought that we would have it today, but we just don't. Yeah, we already covered the breaking news. You're late. Rewind. You're late. You're late for a very important. When the news breaks, we just stop and we cover it. Commissioner Michael Cox. Alan Jackson wants him to be on the Brady list. So he wrote a letter. We read the article from Boston 25. And apparently Ted Daniels going to go live with it at, I don't know, 6 o'clock. Maybe we'll see the video in a few minutes on the website. How many ice cream trucks are driving around? All of them. Seligson doesn't have much left. Let's just listen to what else he has to say.
Information in these filings that are going to be filed imminently?
There's going to be some new information, absolutely. There's going to be a lot of the information that was born in both of the criminal trials that seem to have some. Again, the second criminal trial was a little less factually developed because of the prosecution's theory was not as much as the first case, but there is new information, and we're going to be bringing it out.
And the acts and emissions of the third parties, are those the names and organizations that you mentioned at the first hearing last month?
So again, as much as I'd like to sort of give you a teaser, nobody and nothing is off the table. So all I can say is stay tuned. It's going to be a hard hitting complaint. Gloves are coming off. That's for sure.
Gloves are coming off.
Oh, I like that. Gloves are coming off. And so you don't want to name. Are there going to be any new? Let me put it this way: are there going to be any new third parties that you didn't identify at the first hearing?
I'm not going to get into that as much as I want to, but again, nothing and nobody's off the table.
He said nothing.
Will you have access to all the federal materials? One of the texters asked.
We are getting access to everything. For example, this recent disclosure about this reveal, as it was called, about Michael Proctor's years of text messages. I mean, we're going after those. We're going after everything, Howie. And in a civil proceeding, you have a broader discovery opportunity than you are in a criminal case. So we're going after everything, and if we run into obstacles or opposition, we'll bring it to the court's attention and see if we can get it. So yeah, every stone is going to be unturned for us.
Have you haven't gotten more Proctor's text messages yet, though, right? The new ones that we've heard about. Have you gotten them yet?
Not yet. We're in the process of getting subpoenas out to get those.
And
getting them.
And again, I think I know the answer, but people want to know: are you going to sue Michael Morrissey?
At this point, again, I apologize for having to give you the same answer, but nobody and nothing is off the table. We have to see where the evidence takes us.
How's Karen Reed holding up under this? Is she doing well?
She's doing great. Karen has been through hell and back, and her mission now, Howie, is to hold accountable those who wronged her. We are working round the clock for her. We've got Alan Jackson, who is, we can't speak enough about him and his talents. And knowing where we are going with it, I think Karen is very optimistic and is going to be vindicated.
One last question. Michael Proctor now is not going to get his job back. I think it's safe to say he's just this side of destitute. You're not going to get any money out of him, are you?
I don't know what he has for funds or what the ultimate ability of him to sort of respond to the lawsuit is, but he is the key person in the corrupt investigation. So he is front and center in this lawsuit along with the others. But that we'll have to see. We'll have to see where that goes, Howie.
Could you flip? I'm more familiar with criminal cases where you flip somebody to testify. Could you flip Michael Proctor?
Geez, I don't know if we can flip him, as they say, but in a civil proceeding, when someone finds that they have really no chance to defend themselves, typically try to resolve it. Can they give up something in exchange for being let out of the lawsuit? It's different in a civil case. You typically pay something or give up something, and you get a release from liability going forward. So we'll just have to see what creative things we can offer or be offered if we ever get to that point.
Yeah,
All right.
right. Like you tell the truth in your testimony, in your deposition, and on the stand, and we'll discontinue the lawsuit against you and let you out for $1 like that. That's what he's talking about.
Damon Seligson, thank you so much for being with us, and we appreciate it, and we look forward to the imminent filing of these new documents.
Thank you, Howie.
Not imminent enough for me.
Thank you. Damon Seligson, he's Karen Reed's new civil attorney, and again, they've just claimed that they want to have her dismissed as a defendant in the O'Keefe lawsuit. To the extent that the plaintiffs have suffered damages, meaning the O'Keefe family, all such damages claimed were caused by the acts and omissions of third parties for whom Miss Reed is not responsible. Unquote. That's the key takeaway. But more to come. More to come. Imagine a scenario where you or your loved ones face a threat.
More to come. More to come. So he really said not very much other than it's imminent, but it's not imminent enough for me. Here's something else I want to show you. I want to show you that based on what we learned last Friday, the things and stuff that are in Proctor's phone, allegedly. Well, not allegedly, because the Commonwealth said they were. Commonwealth said they came upon hundreds of thousands of items during the total phone extraction of Proctor's phone, even though Proctor's attorney told them, you're not going to get a lot of stuff because he auto deletes every 30 days. So here you go. You're not going to get hardly anything. They got hundreds of thousands of items going back to 2013, including photos, emails, audio files, video files. And it was brought out on Friday that not only are there thousands of sensitive items, including photos of intimate body parts of people, not just one person, people, photos plural, people who were not, let's say, participating in that particular group chat, and the name of an SA victim. Well, if Proctor's out there spreading around names of SA victims, he could be criminally prosecuted. Many of you have been asking that. Still in the chat tonight, you're asking it. And here's the statute. This is Massachusetts General Law, Section 9, General Law, Chapter. What chapter is this? Oh, I just got Chapter 41, Section 97D. Here it is. Confidentiality of reports of rape, SA, and domestic violence. Access by victim. Let me make this bigger for you. And certain individuals in performance of their duties, violations, and penalties. If it is shown through these text messages that Proctor was sharing the name of a victim of SA with his cronies, with his buddies, with people that are not involved in the investigation, here's what could happen to him. Here's this. I'm going to read the law to you. Section 97D. All reports of rape and SA or attempts to commit such offenses, all reports of A perpetrated by family or household members as defined in Section 1 of Chapter 209A, and all communications between police officers and victims of such offenses or abuse shall not be public reports and shall be maintained by the police departments in a manner that shall assume their confidentiality, provided, however, that all such reports shall be accessible at all reasonable times upon written request to 1, the victim, the victim's attorney, others specifically authorized by the victim to obtain such information, prosecutors, and 2, victim witness advocates, as defined in Section 1 of Chapter 258B, domestic violence victims counselors, as defined in Section 20K of Chapter 233, SA counselors, as defined in Section 20J of Chapter 233, if such access is necessary in the performance of their duties, and provided further that all such reports shall be accessible at all reasonable times upon written, telephonic, facsimile, or electronic mail request to law enforcement officers, district attorneys, or assistant district attorneys, and all persons authorized to admit persons to bail pursuant to Section 57 of Chapter 276. Communications between police officers and victims of said offenses and abuse may also be shared with the foregoing named persons if such access is necessary in the performance of their duties. A violation of this section shall be punished. Shall be. It says shall, not may. A violation of this section shall be punished by imprisonment for not more than 1 year or by a fine of not more than $1,000 or both such fine and imprisonment. That could be just one criminal charge brought against Proctor, depending on what else is in his phone. We know that this is in his phone. And we know that apparently it was not among and between other police officers. Because remember, you may remember, and this is what I was going to do tonight if we didn't find another topic, is go back and watch Proctor's testimony from trial number 1. Remember, he talked about the text message thread that he had with his grade school buddies, Chippy Bear, and everyone else had a nickname in that chat too. And that chat was going on for years, and it had something like 35,000 messages in it, right? Yeah, there's new papers on Aidan's case. I got them. It's 20 pages. It's a motion to compel. I have it. I wanted to watch Proctor's testimony, but I guess we're going to have to read the 20-page motion. Maybe we can skim through it. Who do you think the SA victim was? What do you think it was? Sandra Birchmore? Do you think it was Lindsay Gattani? I don't think it was Lindsay Gattani, because the reason why her police report was not confidential is because she got out and spoke. Remember, she went and spoke at some sort of like revenge corn, like conference at some state house or something, right? And so that's the reason. Thank you. But we already read the Boston 25 article about Cox. Wasn't that what we already read? We already read it. Tell me you haven't been here the whole time without telling me you haven't been here the whole time. Thank you. We went through it. So if Kippy Hippie, rewind. Who could it be? Probably not Lindsay Gattani, because that became public when she spoke out about it, right? What if it was an SA victim who also had photos in her phone, and then he shared the photos around? What if, like I said, from trial number 1, when he was forced to say no nudes yet, or no nudes so far, I said, you think this is the first time he's looked for nudes? What if there's a whole file full of nudes from all the phones that they ever searched, and everybody contributed to it, and everyone got access to it, and everybody looked at it, and everyone passed them around and gave it the thumbs up or the smiley face? And if those were his superiors that he was sending those photos to, and they were all liking it and hearting it and giving it the thumbs up, could be ramifications for other people's behavior too, right? Could be a random person from years ago. You're right. And since he became MSP, I believe in 2012, right? This phone extraction goes back all the way to the beginning of his career. And you know what else we know? We know that he's been working with Lally for that entire time too, because Lally has been working for the DA's office since 2005. So there's that. I have the Better filing. Yes, I do. Yes, I have it. I do. It's 20 pages. We're going to look at it in a minute. Deanne says, I changed my profile pic to fit in with the topic. Well done. 80s hair. 80s hair is the best. Leave the drama at the door. Thanks for your super chat. Says Judge Judy from the 80s. Yeah, Judge Judy was great. I remember going home to watch General Hospital at 3 o'clock. I'm not. Sherilyn says, up early for school, radio, nights in white satin, spraying Love's Baby Soft, remember? And what was the lip gloss? What, Lip Smackers? Was it Lip Smackers lip gloss? Thanks, Sherilyn. Sleepwatcher says, in 1095, I was in Cancun for a week and used sun in on my dark brown auburn hair. I got home with pink hair. Lesson learned. 1995? I don't think you were alive in the year 1095. So it's either 1995 or 1985. Yeah. Sun in was not good. Thanks, Sleepwatcher, for your extra super sticker. And Sharon says, I will never get tired of the Brady List. No, not never, ever, ever. There's going to be so many people on the Brady List. It's going to be like the Brady Bunch. Thanks on top for your super sticker. And Bridget is reminding everyone to hit the like button because it's free. And, it helps the algorithm and all that stuff. Thanks for your super chat. Janice says, I watched the whole thing laying on the shag living room rug. Yeah, that shag carpeting was something, wasn't it? Was it like a burnt sienna color? I remember we had like a shag rug that was like, wasn't really brown and it wasn't really gold. It was like a weird in-between color. On top says, definitely going to be a short of toilet paper there. After that, oh, thank you very much for that visual that I can't unsee. Thank you so much. Also, how about like avocado appliances in the 80s? Those were big. Everyone had the avocado and the avocado phone. Everyone can stop sending me the Boston 25 news story on the Brady List because we've already covered it, you guys. We already covered it. But except there's a video now. So let's look at the video. Because Ted Daniel wanted to make it in time for the, the 6 o'clock news. I guess it was the 6 o'clock news. Hang on. Oh, they're not even making me watch a commercial first. Wow, that's a first. Here we go. Fresh breaking news, everyone. We already read the article. And now, here's the news story.
25 investigates breaking developments in the aftermath of the Karen Reed case. Investigative reporter Ted Daniel joining us now. Ted, as we first reported just 30 minutes ago, this has to do with Boston police.
Rachel, 25 Investigates has a copy of a letter Karen Reed's attorney, Alan Jackson, sent to Boston Mayor Michelle Wu and the head of the Post Commission.
Woo-woo.
The letter is scathing. In it, Reed's defense team calls out the head of the Boston Police Department.
I have nothing to do with Karen Reed. Matter of fact, I didn't even know this person was associated with a Karen Reed.
The letter talks about comments.
He pulled the clip. You go, Ted. We watched the clip earlier.
Commissioner Michael Cox made to reporters about Reed and then Boston police officer Kelly Dever, who testified in Reed's retrial. Dever spoke about a meeting she had with Cox prior to her testimony. Cox was asked about all of this in July.
I didn't know she was even associated with that case. So, I don't know. I was struck like, what do I have to do with the Karen Reed race? I never have said those words together. And so the fact is, it's much to do about nothing.
The fact is, you're a liar because they have your calendar. They got your calendar and they got the email from the FBI. You're busted. You self-snitched.
States that Cox has been caught in a lie and not a small one, adding for the commissioner to suggest that he had nothing to do with the Reed case and Dever defies both logic and leadership. Jackson points to an email Cox received in 2024 from a Boston FBI agent about the Reed.
Okay, so here it is on your screen. It is an FBI from FBI agent Stephen Kelleher. See, Stephen Kelleher at the FBI to Michael Cox at the Boston PD. Sir, hope all is well. Just a reminder, the documents were released to the DA's office late last night, meaning the federal TUI dump. The officer we spoke about is Kelly Dever. If you have any questions at all, feel free to call me. And then it says V/R. I don't know what that means. Steve. And then his title is ASAC Stephen J. Kelleher, Public Corruption, Civil Rights, something else covered up by the FBI. The Boston 25 logo. Kissing potion. That was the lip gloss. You're right. It was like a roller ball. Yes.
Investigation. That letter directly references then Officer Kelly Dever. Jackson also references Cox's official calendar, which lists a meeting with Dever. Dever confirmed that meeting on the stand. Dever also testified that she was mistaken when she told FBI agents that she saw two people near Karen Reed's Lexus in the Canton police garage for a, quote, wildly long time.
It was a distorted memory, therefore I can't state it because at this point it would be a lie.
So Jackson wants Post, the agency that oversees police officers in Massachusetts, to launch an investigation of Cox. And Jackson's letter says Cox should be added to the Brady List. That's a list of untruthful police officers. We reached out to the Boston police a short time ago. We just got the letter within the last hour. We'll let you know if we do get a response. For 25 Investigates, I'm Ted Daniel.
Every member of your family. It's the healthy way.
The ripple effects of the shenanigans of the Karen Reed case are going to go on for years. For years. And was it worth it, Kelly Dever? Was it worth it? I mean, it seems like she was, really pressured by the higher ups, but was it worth it? And now Cox could lose his job over this too. I mean, what are we doing, people? These are just side these are just side players. These are like background characters, Kelly Dever and Cox. They're like background characters in the real corruption and the real cover up and the real conspiracy to pin it on the girl. And they're all going to lose everything. And look at Proctor. Proctor didn't murder John O'Keefe, okay? And he's lost everything. He's lost everything. He's lost his job. He's probably lost his family's respect. He's lost his integrity. He's lost his position. No, he's never going to get a job as a police officer ever again. He's going to have to move and change his name. I mean, and he's not the one who did the murder or the cover up or the conspiracy, maybe. He just, played along, looked the other way. What did he do? I mean, this is just the tip of the iceberg, folks. This is the tip of the iceberg. Michael L. sent this to me. I'm going to show this to you. He said they really have this in Las Vegas, and he sent me a picture of it. You got to see this. Michael L., if you're in the chat, thank you for this because this is great. I just got to find it now. Where did I put it? He sent me an email. He said, Melanie, they really have this in Las Vegas. Check it out. Here it is. Look at this. Las Vegas ice cream patrol truck. It's really a thing. How great is that? Thank you, Michael L. How great is that? It really exists. Come to your screen if you can, if you're not on scaffolding or driving an 18-wheeler down the highway with a real commercial driver's license, a real CDL. It's the Las Vegas Ice Cream Patrol, Unit 702. And it says on there, I don't know what it says, Ice Cream Patrol. There it is. How great is that? It does exist. It exists. How crazy. Who knew? They really have it in Las Vegas. That was Unit 702 that I just showed you. Anna Long says that rollerball lip gloss that made you look like you ate a pork chop caveman style, right? Or you're chopping on one of those giant turkey legs at Disney in the 110-degree heat. Oh, so disgusting. Who wants to eat a turkey leg at Disney? It's so gross. Thanks, Anna. And Angie says Aidan's charges were dropped in New Jersey. I heard that too. I did hear that this morning. No, not dropped. They were just they were decreased and they were sent to a lower court. It's not a felony anymore. I think if they choose to prosecute it, it's going to be a misdemeanor. So I don't want to spread any wrong information. They were not dropped, correct? They were just not felony level, and they've been sent, I think, to misdemeanor level. or to violation level, then they're going to a lower court. Angie says, also, you were also my gateway to Turtleboy, so thank you for that too. Thanks. I interviewed him on my channel. That was I love that interview. That was so much fun. Yellow Lead Betero says, Son in for Blondes was great. I watched Days of Our Lives, and funnily enough, Hope is my hubby's cousin. That's crazy. Thanks for your 5. We were talking about the 80s. Barry Adams says, Haas longed to charter Vietnam flights from Logan. I mean, not really a bad idea, but he'd never get out of the country, I don't think. I'm pretty sure they got eyes on him. I don't know. Just a guess, just spitballing. In my opinion, maybe. Life of Deshai says, why didn't the FBI blast Cox for lying? Stephen Kelleher. Well, we don't know what the FBI is doing behind the scenes, but it took Alan Jackson to do it publicly. And it took Corey Hopkins, a.k.a. Marbury v. Mad, and a very accomplished and wicked smart attorney from the Carolinas to do the FOIA request to uncover all that information. So that is what Corey Hopkins uncovered, and then Alan Jackson ran with it. And it doesn't figure. None of this stuff was turned over, by the Commonwealth, as it should have been. How many side players must fall for the McAlberts Mike B from the 413 wants to know. Thank you, Live Shy, for your super chat. And also Mike B. 413. Right. Exactly. LawTube's most hated mod, who actually does have 25 years law enforcement experience, says, because the FBI doesn't make public announcements until they've pounced. Right. Same way they had that whole sting operation to arrest Matthew Farwell. Remember? That was a big public spectacle. Was it worth it to the Grace Base? I'd love to know. Oh, the ripple effects are enormous. The ripple effects are enormous. Steve-O says that feds need to step in now, or these people will continue to cover for each other from Beacon Hill on down. Or they keep watching and see what happens. What do you think? Could they be being watched? Could they have been watched the whole entire time? We did. People used to iron. That was before flat irons. Sass and turkeys were ours. People used to iron. I didn't have hair long enough to iron, but I did have camp counselors who would iron their hair with an iron on an ironing board back in the day. That is true. Flat irons were not a thing. They didn't exist. Scott says, LawTube's most hated mod. In my opinion, the FBI is going to let it all play out with Karen and Aidan's cases and then drop the bombs. Yeah. That is a tomorrow night city or Canton. What is that? The Canton Town Board meeting will be epic with Brenda tomorrow night. Is Brenda coming back with another speech? I can't wait. Right? Because she has so much more to talk about since last Tuesday. We watched Brenda Sweeney's speech from last Tuesday. If you haven't seen it, wow, she was amazing. There are only 6 people in the audience, and everyone should go to the Canton Town Board meeting. This or Town Select, what do they call it? Canton Select Board meeting. Everyone should go. If you live there, go, because you're not going to want to miss seeing Brenda Sweeney in person. Badass Brenda. She's like the queen. She's the queen of Canton. She's so amazing. All right, you guys want to look at the as such Betero motion. Hang on. I got to find it all in one document. And this is a motion to compel that I think was docketed. I guess today. I think Aidan went over it last night, maybe on his channel, because he had an early copy of it. But it's dated, let's see, October 24th, which would have been Friday. But somebody said they're very behind in their scanning and filing. And so thank you to everyone who just sent it to me today. And luckily, I have a PDF copy that is all one document instead of trying to flip from JPEG to JPEG, which, you know, it's a hassle, but if it's all we have, that's what we do. All right. Let me get my highlighter out and we will go to the motion to compel. Now, remember, all of this stuff that's coming out with Proctor's phones is now leading to more motions and more motions and more motions in not only the Aidan Kearney case, but in many other cases as well, including Miles King, Brian Walsh, all of the other defendants whose cases were proctored and doctored and tullied and sullied by Michael Proctor and Brian Tully, because all roads lead to Tully. You know it. I know it. We've been here. We've watched it. We've seen it. All roads lead to Tully. And if you listen to Lindsay Gattani and what she's saying, she says she's got a lot of information about Tully. And she wants to tell us everything, but you have to subscribe to her Substack and you have to go over there and pay for it. So if any of you did go over there and pay for it, you can watch it. Ms. Holmes says Brenda Sweeney is at every Canton Select Board meeting, and she always reads her very own account of the corrupt players in Canton and Fall Red. And then at the end, she goes, "Thank you." And she walks away. And last week, she had on a T-shirt. What did the T-shirt say? I forget what it said, but it said something great. Thank you, Olivia. Olivia says we filed a motion to compel on Friday and more to come. And this is the one. This is the one I'm reading, right? Thank you, Olivia. As you know, Olivia works with Aidan Kearney's defense team. She's my girl. She's one of my girls. Melisa is another one of my girls. We got a girl squad. Nurse Kim. Auntie Deb is one of my girls too. All right, here we go. Redacted affidavit and motion to compel. Mark Betterow, an attorney admitted to practice law in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts pro hoc vice, affirms under penalty of perjury as follows. I am an attorney of record for the defendant, Aidan Kearney, and am familiar with the facts and circumstances herein. This affidavit is submitted in support of a defense motion pursuant to Brady, Giglio, and Rule 14 to compel the prosecution to disclose communications and items, including but not limited to messages to and from former Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor, photos, video files, and audio files which the Norfolk County DA's office recently extracted from Mr. Proctor's personal cellular phone and thus are within the DA's possession, custody, or control. All right. We've read Rule 14 about 1,400 times. And we know that after Karen Reed's first trial, Rule 14 in Massachusetts was amended. And we know that Judge Beverly Cannoni was the head of the committee to revamp Rule 14. Rule 14 talks about automatic disclosure in criminal cases, automatic disclosure from both sides. And the new Rule 14, as amended, and I think it took effect, I want to say March 1st, 2025. Don't hold me to the date, but it was before Karen Reed's second trial. It was expanded, and it even more things that the prosecutor was required to disclose automatically than before. Like everything in your possession, custody, and control is automatically supposed to be turned over. Now, obviously, we know that Norfolk County DA's office is in possession, custody, and control of this extraction of Proctor's phone. They have it in their possession. Did they turn it over to Aidan Kearney's defense team? Of course they didn't. Of course they didn't. Because this is the first time in decades that they're finally being called out for their behavior. Because we watched Adam Lally testify in an evidentiary hearing in Miles King's motion to dismiss, and Rosemary Scapicchio had Lally on the barbecue, and she was skewering him and cross-examining him about why he didn't turn over for 6 years the search warrants drafted by Michael Proctor that he used in front of the grand jury 6 years ago. And Adam Lally had a whole bunch of, I don't know, because this is what they do. This is what they've been doing. This is what they've always been doing. And they're going to continue to do it until somebody like Karen Reed comes to town and all of a sudden calls them out. And, you know, you want to pin it on the girl, you better be willing to accept the ramifications for your behavior. Okay, here we go. Number 3, after Mr. Proctor's misconduct was exposed during the 2024 trial of Karen Reed, he was terminated from the MSP for, among other reasons, and then this is quoted directly from his termination papers, sending derogatory, defamatory, disparaging, and or otherwise inappropriate text messages about a suspect in an investigation, providing sensitive and or confidential investigative steps in the investigation to non-law enforcement personnel through his unprofessional and inappropriate conduct, created an image that he was biased with a criminal suspect and for bringing the MSP and himself into, quote, disrepute. On information and belief, Mr. Proctor's egregious misconduct came to light during a federal investigation into the DA's and MSP's investigation and prosecution of Karen Reed. That's why it says on information and belief, because we really don't know what they were investigating. Mr. Proctor has sworn that he was the, quote, lead investigator in the Reed case. Footnote 1. At Ms. Reed's 2025 trial, Mr. Proctor's direct supervisor, Sergeant Yuri Buchanan, defiantly refused to concede that Mr. Proctor was the lead investigator on Ms. Reed's case. And that's according to the December 14th, 2023, transcript, page 36. That's when Proctor swore that he was the lead investigator, and that was during a grand jury proceeding. As detailed during Ms. Reed's 2 trials for her alleged criminal responsibility for the death of John O'Keefe, which resulted in her acquittal of these charges, Mr. Proctor's misogynist and other outrageous text messages evinced his actual bias and irrational hatred for Ms. Reed and one of her attorneys. Remember which one? Footnote 2, while he served as the lead investigator against her. Footnote 2, I remember. It was Yannetti, right? It's King David. Footnote 2 says, in a text message that was released after the trial, Mr. Proctor made a disparaging remark to ADA Adam Lally about another of Ms. Reed's attorneys. Oh. Wait, do we know what that text message says? I mean, I remember that he sent a picture in his group message of Yannetti, and he said, I hate that man, or something like that. I really hate that man. And then on cross, Alan Jackson says, do you still hate him now? And he said, yes, I do. We're going to have to go back and watch Proctor's testimony again. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. It's a good thing to do tomorrow. So in a text message released after trial number 1, Mr. Proctor made a disparaging remark to ADA Adam Lally about another of Ms. Reed's attorney. Oh, so we know that Proctor's texting Lally. And so we know there are going to be texts on Proctor's phone extraction with Lally going all the way back to 2013. Oh, I wonder if Lally's going to get in trouble. Do you think Lally's going to get disbarred based on the contents of the text messages between him and Proctor? Could you imagine? Proctor could be responsible for the bringing down of everyone in this office. It's like a house of cards. It's like a house of cards. You think it was about AJ? It was about Alan? No, I thought Alan was the one crossing Proctor. And so it was about Yannetti, I thought. It was because it was you think the one after the trial was about Alan. But the one during the trial that he was crossed on, that was about Yannetti, right? Yeah, good citizen says, yep, 100%. Yeah, because it was like a picture of him like during the arraignment or something. Proctor told Lally he didn't listen to Alan Jackson's closing, said Linda. Yeah, it was about Yannetti during the trial. Yeah, let's just make that clear. So during the trial, when he was cross-examined, it was a text that he had sent to, I forget who, maybe it's like, and just that I hate that man. And that was a picture of Yannetti. And then after the trial, he must have said something to Lally about Alan Jackson and how he didn't listen to that a-hole's closing. Thank you, Magnolia Gypsy. We're very collaborative here. Very collaborative. Oh, yes. Thank you. And look at Kyle Sharkey. Kyle Sharkey comes in with the receipts. We like receipts. We love receipts. Here's the receipt. It's the Proctor to Lally text message. This must have been in a motion, right? It was probably in another one of Bettero's motions. Maybe it was even the mega motion. It took us 15 hours to get through that mega motion because we clicked on every single hyperlink. And you can just trust me, bro, on this. I'll just read it to you. On July 1st, 2024 at 5:48:21 p.m., prosecution witness Trooper Michael Proctor sent a text message to Assistant District Attorney Adam Lally that stated, yeah, didn't watch a-hole Jackson's closing for good reason. Like all of us, the anticipation and anxiety of verdict has us all on edge. And then attached to that was a screenshot of Proctor's text message to Lally from July 1, 2024, subject to protective order due to personal identifying information. You just can't make it up. Mr. Kearney has reported extensively on the case against Ms. Reed since April 18th of 2023, right? That was his first article. Prior to Mr. Kearney's October 11th, 2023 arrest, he repeatedly criticized the case against Ms. Reed, much of which focused on his belief that Mr. Proctor was a corrupt trooper who helped frame Ms. Reed for Mr. O'Keefe's death and then protected the actual killer or killers. Mr. Proctor was involved in the investigation that led to the instant indictments against Mr. Kearney. He communicated directly with DA Michael Morrissey, ADA Lally, Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully, Lieutenant John Fanning, and Sergeant Buchanan months before Mr. Kearney's arrest, right? On July 13th of 2023, in an email to the officials listed in the preceding paragraph, Mr. Proctor disparaged Mr. Kearney as, quote, something that is totally redacted. And that's Exhibit A, and Exhibit A is also redacted. No hyperlinks for us this time. But you can only imagine what Michael Proctor called Aidan Kearney. On September 3rd of 2023, and so that would have been April, 3 months after his first article, approximately. And then on September 3rd, 2023, in a group text chain, including DA Morrissey, Sergeant Buchanan, and others investigating Mr. Kearney, Mr. Proctor disparaged him as something in quotes that is 3 lines long or 2 full lines redacted. Oh, so we can expect to see those text chains too in the total phone extraction going all the way back to 2013 between Morrissey, Buchanan, and others. Footnote 3 says, I'm unable to determine who else was included on this text chain because the prosecution provided us with a blurry screenshot rather than a legible copy from an extraction report of Mr. Proctor's phone. Well, don't worry, Mr. Betterow. Mr. Betterow. You're going to get it. You're going to get the whole entire thing. And every text message that has ever been contained in that group chain between Morrissey, Buchanan, and others investigating Mr. Kearney, you're going to get it. And if it goes back to 2013, you're going to get it all. On December 14th, 2023, Mr. Proctor testified before the grand jury, which ultimately returned the indictments in the instant case. Okay? Proctor was a witness at Aidan Kearney's grand jury. And so therefore, everything is relevant. Everything. All of it. And don't you think that it's up to the defense attorneys to decide what's relevant and what's not, instead of letting the Norfolk County DA's office go through it themselves and they decide what's relevant and whatnot? Because and what's not, because we know we've been here for 2 seasons of the Karen Reed persecution, and we know how much stuff they didn't turn over. We know how Missing Sallyport video got stuck in a drawer somewhere by Michael Proctor, according to Judge Kearney. I don't even know who told her that, who whispered in her ear and told her that. So we know they're not so great at turning everything over. And so maybe what they should do is they should turn everything over to all the defendants and let them fight about what they think is relevant in their respective cases and make their respective motions to the court prior to each trial to decide what's relevant and what's not and what's coming in and what's not. I wouldn't leave it up to the DA's office to do that because we know they can't be trusted. We've seen it. Greg Connor may be a man of integrity. And right. Olivia says, well, yes, especially when the DA's office evidently does not comply with its Rule 14 obligations, as we've seen pursuant to FOIA requests. Right. Corey Hopkins is getting everything, and the defense attorneys are getting nothing. And that's wild to me. And remember, right, he said, Proctor said, why aren't we just arresting him? Why can't we just arrest him? And Jennifer McCabe said, You need to do something. Just arrest him already. I saw a lot of memberships flying by. Thank you, Donna Howard, for gifting 5 memberships to the 5 who were randomly gifted by YouTube. Don't forget, members, we have all those really fun emojis that we made for the Karen retrial. We are outraged. Smooth as butter. That was for Alan Jackson. We've got a leaf blower. We've got the solo cups. We've got all of it. Handcuffs. The puff. Oh, remember the puffy jacket? It might be time to retire the puffy jacket and wait for us. And then we used Boss Baby. We recycled Boss Baby from the Robert Tellis trial, and Hank Brennan became the new Boss Baby. And then we also have Chloe. And how dare you? And then there was a binky for whenever he started whining. Oh, the fan. Yep, that was the fan. And the handcuffs and the shovel. Oh, those were the days, eh? What if any? We have what if any in here. Crazy. I think we might have to retire the puffy jacket and replace it with something else, because depending on your number of members, that's how many emojis you're allowed to have on the back end. And so let's check the member count now, because we're bumping up on 130K. So we're getting there. Maybe we could get there tonight if enough people hit the subscribe button. It's free. We're a little over 129,200. So we got like a little less than 800 to make it to 130. Let's do it. Let's do it. That's a good one to retire a little cupcake, you think? Yeah, because there's so many things we could replace it with now. With the rubber duck. Right, the rubber duck. Okay. Back to the papers. Thank you, Donna, for gifting the 5 memberships. You are very, very sweet. And Craftastical says, thanks for the unblock, Melanie. It's been frustrating. YouTube glitches are so annoying. Love you with all my heart. I love you with all my heart too. And I did unblock you once. And then it's happening on a lot of channels. It used to be that I was able to chat with somebody at YouTube that, I don't know, YouTube has had a glitch and I can't do that to try and figure out why that's happening, because you can be sure, rest assured, we didn't block you. Kelly Devers should do the right thing. Tattle, says Nate Taylor. Yeah. Brina says, I'm talking out loud to you on my TV. My son says, Mom, you know she can't hear you, right? I can hear you, Brina. Thank you for your super chat. And hello to your son, and I'm glad he's watching too. Detective 1111 became a YouTube member. Welcome. And Wolfsong says, Proctor's going to buy a one-way ticket to Vietnam. That's what we've been saying. That's what we've been saying. Scott McGinnis, I took care of you too. Scott McGinnis, I sent you an email to send me your channel link. And Scott Messerschmidt sent it to me. So I took care of that. But all you got to do if it happens to you is find my email. It's in the show notes below this video. And you must send me a link to your channel. Even if you don't think you have a YouTube channel, you do. If you have a username, you have a YouTube channel. And I need the link to that channel. I can't use a screenshot. I can't use your username. There's nothing I can do. I need the link. I need the link. Those of you who are sending me the full filing regarding Proctor's phone on Miles King, we went over that on Friday, folks. We had that on Friday. We already did that. You guys are going to have to go back and watch it. It is very nicely timestamped for you. All right, moving on. Okay, so Mr. Proctor testified before the grand jury in December of 2023. And during that testimony, Mr. Proctor explained that he was the lead investigator on the Reed case, which eventually led Mr. Kearney to frequently criticize him in his articles about the case and to contact him directly. Mr. Proctor described a voicemail that he received from Mr. Kearney in which the latter identified himself as a journalist and asked Mr. Proctor to answer numerous questions, including A, why he concealed his personal relationship with the Alberts, B, why he lied about the time that Ms. Reed's car was towed, and C, why his police reports were rife with misspelled names of key witnesses. I think I've read more than once the entire transcript of all of these phone calls, and boy, did we have fun with those. I don't know, Robin. The names changing on YouTube is changing people's usernames too, and people are freaking out. But it looks like you have your regular names here now, and then on some other channels, it's like it's showing up as a different name. I know, I don't know why. It's weird. Mr. Proctor alleged that Mr. Kearney intended to intimidate him during a rolling rally, which appeared outside his home. Mr. Proctor swore that although he wasn't home, he watched the event on a camera installed by the MSP, and that he observed a protester park on his lawn and another spit at his house. That sounds like new information to me. Did we know that Proctor said in the grand jury that a protester spit at his house? The defense disputes these alleged observations by Mr. Proctor, but apparently he testified to that. And also, did we know that there was a camera installed by the MSP to watch the rolling rally on Proctor's house? Is that new? Shady, Norfolk County DA, says that's new. Those of you who watch Turtleboy religiously, let me know if he's ever mentioned that before, because I barely have time to, do my own shows. I can't watch everyone else's. Yeah, Proctor testified that MSP installed a camera and he watched the rolling rally from somewhere. He doesn't say from where, that he observed a protester park on his lawn and another person spit at his house. You knew? Nancy knew? Okay, you guys have heard it before. Okay, but some of you didn't hear it before. That's the first time I'm hearing it. Yeah, Magnolia Gypsy says just more things that did not happen. It was all recorded by those that did the rolling rally. But Proctor did testify to that. Doesn't mean it really happened, because we know that Proctor is not necessarily truthful. Proctor said a lot of things that are turning out to be untrue. Mr. Proctor explained that Mr. Kearney accused him of being corrupt and conflicted and of essentially just trashing me. Well, you know what? Truth is a complete defense to a defamation case. They dispute him. Says Terry, you guys are funny. You keep me laughing. Oh, a metastasizing scandal says Aidan mentioned it again last night. He says that's false. Okay. But Proctor did testify to that. It just didn't happen. Okay. He noted that he never had been accused of misconduct or of being the subject of an internal affairs investigation. Mr. Proctor explained how he was involved in an investigation into whether a police dispatcher who was indicted alongside Mr. Kearney improperly accessed information which was used to identify Jennifer McCabe's vehicle at Mr. Proctor's home. Right. Somebody ran a plate for him and they got fired, right? Or they got indicted, and then it was the police dispatcher was indicted. Refresh my recollection on her name again. That wasn't Michelle Littlefield. She was the clerk at Stoughton. Janelle Webb, maybe? She ran the plate? Okay. Yeah, Janelle Webb, thank you. Mr. Proctor's testimony resulted in him being a named victim in an indictment against Mr. Kearney and indictments against Mr. Kearney and the police dispatcher for conspiracy to commit witness intimidation, right? Did they drop the charges? Oh, these charges were dismissed by the court on March 19th, 2025. That was Janelle Webb. Thank you. At trial, the defense will argue that the MSP investigation of Mr. Kearney was conflicted, biased, conducted in bad faith, and otherwise unprofessional. Mr. Proctor's role in the investigation, including his personal conduct and potential bias against Mr. Kearney and criminal defendants or suspects in general, are key components of this defense. On October 16th, 2025, for posterity, today's the 27th of October, 2025. So this was just 11 days ago. The DA acknowledged to the defense in the Brian Walsh case that it had recently extracted Mr. Proctor's cellular phone, and it was in actual possession of hundreds of thousands of items. Hundreds of thousands. When I was on Howie Carr, I said hundreds of thousands. And then when he clipped it to make it into like an Instagram reel, I just said he clipped out the hundreds of thousands, but it really was hundreds of thousands of items, including text messages and chats, email, audio files, video files, and photographs of which it was previously unaware. Footnote 4, Exhibit C. Footnote 4 says, notably, the DA was surprised by the volume of materials it discovered on Mr. Proctor's phones due to his counsel's prior representations that Mr. Proctor changed cell phones in February of 2024, after which he activated an auto delete setting, which purportedly deleted the contents of his phone every 30 days. You know, it'd be so funny. What if there's text messages from Marcy telling Proctor how to set that on his phone? Because we know that Michael Marcy did the same thing with regard to his emails, right? Or his text messages, one or the other. Wouldn't that, Carol thinks it's hilarious. Wouldn't that be rich if Marcy is telling Proctor, okay, here's what you do. Go into settings, click on auto delete every 30 days, move this to this. Could you imagine? There could have been somebody could have been instructing them in one of those group messages on how to do that. Because we know that Michael Marcy did the same thing. And yes, these hundreds of thousands are not under a federal protective order. They're not. And I think that the feds only got text messages, right? Because that's all we heard about were text messages of Proctor's during the trial one, right? We didn't hear about any emails or any photos unless they were contained in a text message or video files or audio files. We only heard about text messages. This is everything going back to 2013, and it's not under a federal protective order. I mean, I'm just saying. On information and belief, Mr. Proctor's attorney truthfully reported to the DA what he was told by Mr. Proctor, who almost certainly lied to his attorney, which on further information and belief led to Mr. Proctor's attorney withdrawing from his representation of Mr. Proctor. Yes, his name was Daniel Moynihan. And if you watched either one of the first 2 days of hearings in front of the commission to get his job back, that was his attorney, Daniel Moynihan. And then Daniel Moynihan ran away so fast. Run away, that he left skid marks on Friday when all of his stuff was turned over to Proctor's attorneys. And then on the Saturday, that would have been a week ago Friday. On the Saturday, that's when Michael Proctor signed a discontinuance of his appeal. And that is when the head of the union released a statement saying that they are washing their hands completely of Michael Proctor, pulled all support for him, and said that they were hoping to close this embarrassing chapter in Massachusetts State Police history. But I think this embarrassing chapter is going to not only become a whole episode, it's going to become a whole season. All season. Imagine 13 years of messages, emails, photographs. It's like King Tut's tomb. Not like Al Capone's vault, which turned up empty. Who remembers Al Capone's vault and Geraldo Rivera? And boy, did they hype that up on TV, that Al Capone's vault. And then there was nothing. So embarrassing. It was so embarrassing for Geraldo. Okay. Moving on. So Better was being a gentleman. And he's saying, listen, we don't think that Proctor's attorney lied. We think Proctor lied to his attorney. And then his attorney represented to the court because he believed his clients, because you usually believe what your client tells you, But that's not what had happened here. In its October 16th, 2025 notice to the Walsh defense, the DA acknowledged that some of the materials extracted from Mr. Proctor's phones were discoverable and or favorable to defendants in cases in which Mr. Proctor was a witness. According to published reports, among the discoverable communications extracted from Mr. Proctor's phone are thousands of text messages, that contained racial slurs and offensive and inappropriate language. On information and belief, Mr. Proctor's phone also contained homophobic comments, and the disgusting messages he sent were made about subjects of investigations, defendants, and MSP colleagues. Oh boy. Can you imagine the slurs that he may have called his co-workers? It must be so horrific. So horrific. Listen, it is really, really, really hard to get fired from the state police. It's really, really, really hard. Like, you got to really do something really bad. And Proctor's an overachiever, so he achieved that. Not only did he achieve that, but regardless of the crimes that some of these officers may or may not commit, they are usually backed by their union 100%. The only stronger union, in my opinion, is the teachers' union than the state police union. Whatever's in his phone is so horrific that the union pulled the plug on him. Like that, he's such an overachiever that he was able to get both of those things done. Got himself fired from the MSP and got the union to throw him to the wolves. That's how bad it is. It's hard to do. I'm sorry, Emily snorted. Oh, man. So not only is he talking about defendants, which could show such extreme bias against guys like Miles King, that a jury could find Miles King not guilty, and Miles King is accused of murder. And I think there's some pretty decent evidence against him. What if, there's maybe nudes on a Walsh in there, Brian Walsh's wife, who's disappeared, who he's charged with taking the life of and taking apart and depositing in dumpsters all over town. Some people could walk free because of Michael Proctor and his bias and his misogyny. Insane. Who's confused? See, I shouldn't pay attention. Cece, let me explain something to you, sweetheart, before I kick your ass out. StreamYard, let me explain to you something about StreamYard. StreamYard is not TikTok. StreamYard is not StreamYard is not TikTok. StreamYard is not Instagram. StreamYard does not have filters, sweetheart. It's called a ring light. It's called a ring light and a really good camera. That's what it's called. There's no filters on StreamYard. Anybody here who knows about StreamYard knows there's not filters, okay? Filters come on TikTok. And see, I have wrinkles, see? I've been a lawyer for over 30 years, see? It's always the women that come after other women too, right? Isn't it? There are no filters. There are no filters. It's called a ring light, okay? You turn off the lights and it looks a lot different when you have the lights on. So I'm sorry that you don't understand how to run things as such when you're filming yourself. That's with no lighting and that's with lighting. Oh my God, imagine a ring light. Imagine a ring light and a professional photograph, a headshot. You guys are really showing the vile women on the internet. That's okay. Thank you, Cece, for coming. Thanks for the like. Smash the like button on your way to Block Island, would you? Appreciate you. Yeah, gross. Gross. I don't care. Doesn't hurt my feelings. Racial and homophobic slurs against subjects of his investigations or colleagues, combined with his inappropriate remarks about Mr. Kearney during this investigation, and any other offensive communications, evince Mr. Proctor's possible bias, conflicts of interest, and lack of impartiality in his work. Oh, I love how Cece waited 24 hours to come in and insult me. Isn't that nice? Oh, you're so patient, Cece. Undisclosed evidence extracted from Mr. Proctor's cell phone apparently is so inflammatory and harmful to his credibility that the executive board of the MSP union quickly withdrew its support for Mr. Proctor after it became aware of the materials. The executive board cited the discovery of new evidence from Michael Proctor's cell phone as the basis to sever its support for him. The union hoped that its abandonment of any support for Mr. Proctor would close a deeply embarrassing chapter in state police history. Thanks, Olivia. Oh, Olivia, here's the thing, Olivia. Thank you, Olivia, for your compliment. The people that sit at home on their, rented sofa, wiping Cheeto dust all over the pants, are the ones who are making the comments about the way we look. Okay, let's just put it that. Just leave it there. Just leave it there. It's disgusting. Thank you, Tom. Tom says, I've met Melanie a few different times. She looks like how you see her. She's really that pretty. You guys got to lay off of her. Yeah, they're a bunch of assholes, Tom. That's what they do. I've been a lawyer for over 30 years. Do the math. It's not fucking hard. Okay? It's not fucking hard. Try and look your best. How about that? How about get up in the morning, put some makeup on? How about get out of your whatever the hell it is that you're wearing in the morning, put some makeup on, do your hair, put a little lipstick on, and get out there in the real world and try and make yourself look good. How about that? So disgusting. Yeah, we could go through mean tweets after if you want. That's fun. That's always a fun thing to find, especially when people send them to me because I'm not on Twitter. So people send them to me like, oh, you should have this for your files. I'm like, thank you so much for sharing all the really mean things that people say about me on Twitter. Love it. Thank you. It's like, oh, when you're in high school and people are like, oh, so-and-so said this about you and they hate you and whatever. It's like, I don't care. I'm too old to care. I'm too old to care. StreamYard's newest update has a filter now. I guess I didn't update my StreamYard. I don't, all I use is lighting and a really good camera. And everything's in my Amazon list below the video. If you want to see what I use, you can have all the equipment to yourself too. Yeah, why don't you brush your teeth, brush your hair, get rid of your 80s perm, get back to me. Send me a picture of you. How about that? On October 21st, 2025 at 8:10 a.m., I emailed Special Prosecutor Robert Cosgrove and Norfolk First Assistant DA Lisa Beatty a specific demand under Brady, Giglio, and Rule 14 for any of the recently discovered Proctor communications which might impair his credibility. On October 21st, 2025 at 11:10 p.m., Mr. Cosgrove responded that he would not provide the defense with the requested information. Mr. Cosgrove declined to disclose anything related to Mr. Proctor because Mr. Proctor, A, didn't play any investigative role in the investigation of Mr. Kearney, and B, would not be a prosecution witness. Well, you don't get out of it just by saying we're not going to call Proctor. That's not how it goes. Instead, Mr. Cosgrove invited the defense to bring our concerns to the court if we find this answer unsatisfactory. Well, that's what he's doing now. Mr. Cosgrove's refusal to disclose specifically demanded evidence which substantially undermines Mr. Proctor's credibility and the integrity of the investigation deprives Mr. Kearney from relevant evidence which may support his defense. See matter of a grand jury investigation. Evidence in the DA's possession, custody, or control which impairs Mr. Proctor's credibility by revealing his poor character, his racist and homophobic beliefs, his investigative bias, his making of false statements, and or which advances Mr. Kearney's defense that the investigation itself was corrupt, rife with conflicts, lacked integrity, and or conducted in bad faith, constitutes Brady material that must be provided to the defense. The communications or items from Mr. Proctor's cell phone are discoverable under numerous provisions of Rule 14. Under Rule 14b(1)b, the prosecution must disclose any relevant written or recorded statements of a person who has testified before a grand jury. As detailed above, Mr. Proctor testified before the grand jury on this case on December 14th of 2023. Footnote 5 says, Mr. Proctor's text messages and emails constitute a written statement which includes any writing made, signed, or adopted by a person with percipient knowledge or relevant facts. Mr. Proctor's communications and other items on his cell phone are discoverable under Rule 14b(2)b, little Roman 7, because they help establish a defense theory and that they support the defense position that the MSP investigation was biased, conflicted, and conducted in bad faith. Mr. Proctor's communications are discoverable under Rule 14b(2)c)(v)(b) because they constitute items or information that tend to establish deficiencies or lapses in the investigation of the case. Put simply, the prosecution is in actual possession of numerous electronic communications and other items from Mr. Proctor's cell phone, which are exculpatory and discoverable to Mr. Kearney under Brady, Giglio, and numerous provisions of Rule 14. Wherefore, the court should compel the prosecution to disclose to the defense any of Mr. Proctor's communications and other items recently extracted from his cell phone in its possession, custody, and control, which are favorable to the defense under Brady, Giglio, and Kyle's, and or which are discoverable under Rule 14. XOXO, Mark A. Betterow, dated New York, New York. It's a hell of a town. October 24th, 2025. Give us the Extraction. The Flowbee. I remember the Flowbee, Amy. That's hilarious. And let's see. I think all the exhibits are impounded, but we'll see what we can find. Redacted. Exhibit C. Oh. This is the Brian Walsh motion that we went over. Initially, when that first broke a week ago last Friday, with all the information about the hundreds of thousands of messages, etc. And that was Greg Connor who signed off on that. And that is the motion to compel, which, I mean, it's Krupp, right? Krupp is the one who ordered the extraction of Proctor's phone. And so, if Krupp is the one who ordered the extraction, and Krupp is now going to be hearing this motion, he's got to stay consistent, right? I mean, it's pretty obvious that he should get the whole thing. So we'll see. We will see. Active Crafty Nerd says, curly perms, braids, safety pin, earrings for me. Oh, we had the feather earrings. They were so fun. Thanks, Railroad Cat, for becoming a member. On top for your super sticker. Tish, I don't remember the spitting. Thanks. I think Aidan did say that, though, right? He said that Proctor testified to it, but that it really didn't happen because they have video. Thank you. Technical out. Hi, everybody. It's Piney Woods. If you want to shine your beautiful light on corruptions in the home of corruption, Louisiana, my firm is handling a death in custody civil rights case that's outrageously tragic. Sure, send it to me. Send it to me. Yeah, people say that about Louisiana. They're like, Massachusetts making Louisiana look not so bad. Or, Arkansas and Oklahoma making Louisiana look not so bad. Strange Credulity gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Thanks, Piney Woods, for your 20. And to all the new members, welcome, except for Cece, who apparently won a membership and then got kicked out. What a shame. Anna Long, thank you so much. If Proctor or Hickey flips, the McAlberts may end up silencing someone else. Put nothing past them. Well, it's a good time to point out that Anna Long's opinions are not necessarily my opinions. Thank you, Anna Long, for your thoughts and for your 5. Lemonade says, that's right. The women are smarter. That's right. The women are smarter. And the women are smarter. That's right. Ain't no time to hate. Barely time to wait. I mean, there's a million. There's a million song lyrics that come to mind. Also, there's a special place in hell for women who tear down other women. There's a special place in hell for them. So good luck to all of these people who are so disgusting they don't even deserve a minute of my time. Magnolia Gypsy says, MTV Music Channel shuts down. New Year's Eve? Like, they're not even going to roll into 2026? MTV Music, first of all, there's no music on there anymore, right? Everything is on YouTube. All the videos get dropped on YouTube now. But, that's kind of sad. Maybe we should have a going away party for MTV on New Year's Eve. Remember last New Year's Eve party? That was pretty fun. Who was there? You remember? It was a fundraiser. And somebody paid a lot of money for somebody to take their shirt off. Yes, we did. We did Music to My Soul. We covered it right at the beginning. You can rewind all the way back to the Boston 25 article. The good women don't claim those trolls. We love you, Millie. Oh, we have a troll emoji too. I forgot about that, sweet woman. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Tom CPU says, we have supported you from day one. Your intelligence is what really pisses them off. Keep doing you. Does everyone hit the like button? Thank you. We love you, Tom. We play you outside every, doing the Lord's work out there outside the courthouse for all these hearings. Tuesday, I heard, is going to be a doozy of a hearing. Are you going to go to Kate Peters' hearing on Tuesday at 2 p.m.? We'll be covering that one live, folks, because there's going to be some really exciting stuff that could happen. I don't know. I'm not going to spoil it for you, but you're going to want to watch with me on Wednesday afternoon at 2 p.m. Kate Peters' hearing, because the troll emoji looks like it's like pink and it's got green hair. There you go. That's the only one I could find. So that's gonna be. Are you gonna go to that one, Tom, and be outside the court house on the steps there, getting it done? Because yeah, he's going. Tom's going. Tom's been here for a long time, and his sister too. And I met Tom several times, but I met his sister too at the Wilbur, and that was really fun. And this is a great bunch of chatters. That's why it's only people who get it. Nice people. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate you. Leave the drama at the door. Gifted a membership. Thank you, my sweetheart. And no drama, Mama She. Thank you for your 20. You're a doll. You're a doll. It does look like a character from South Park. I know it. I mean, it was the only little. The thing is, when you make these little emojis, you have to make them so tiny, and so you have to find something that's going to translate that you're going to be able to see. And so, look at Pokey. Pokey's here. Pokey gifted 5. Thanks, Pokey. Sometimes people are lurking in the chat, like the haters are lurking. And I think that's what happened with that other person, Cece. And then she won a membership and she's like, oh, I could chat now. And then she just made a really rude comment about me. So there's that. Good morning, Jenny from Australia. She says, catching up, but wouldn't you be worried if you were an SA victim in Massachusetts? Yeah, I'd be worried if I was any kind of victim in Massachusetts. And here's why. The stream that I did the other day, good morning to Australia, Jenny Monroe. The stream that I did the other day, and we covered like, I don't know, 5 different topics in the course of a 4-hour stream or 5-hour stream. One of the topics was former Boston police officer Patrick Rose, who was accused in 1995 and was actually found to be credible of having SA'd his stepchildren. And there was a restraining order issued. And something happened. And one of the lead investigators said to DCF, don't go to his house. He's a Boston police officer, professional courtesy. Don't go to his house. They interviewed his stepson, who was accusing him of the SA, while he was watching. They interviewed the kid in a patrol car outside the house while the mother and the stepfather, the abuser, were watching them interview him. And he still disclosed. And that was 1995. And then there was a restraining order issued and they were going to spank him, but they didn't. They just vacated the restraining order. He went back to live with the children, continued to abuse them for a couple more years, in addition to at least 4 more victims. And then he got to be a police officer for another 20 years and actually became president of the police union, because you can't make it up. And then in 2023, the child, who was now a grown man, brought charges again, or asked them to reopen the case, and he pled guilty, and he's doing like 13 years. And now there's a civil lawsuit pending against the police department and DCF and a whole bunch of other people. And, they're trying to get out on qualified immunity now. So it's a big deal because Mayor Wu apparently ran on the platform of doing away with qualified immunity. But in any event, what I wanted to say was, oh, look, something shiny. That stream that I did about Patrick Rose was demonetized by YouTube as being not friendly to advertisers, because they don't even want us talking about it. And so when you say, are you worried if you were an SA victim in Massachusetts? Yes, because I don't care about the ad revenue from that stream. What I care about is nobody's going to hear about it. Nobody's going to hear about it because it gets shadow banned and then it doesn't come up in people's feeds. So if you care about that Patrick Rose story, get out there and share that stream, because people need to know that this has been going on for decades. Cops covering for other cops. This man was abusing 2 children who were his stepchildren between the ages of 5 years old and 14 years old. And then 4 other family members, at least, because those were not his only victims, right? And I know because I sued the Catholic Church over this, that the average pedo is not caught until they have offended at least 100 times. 100 times. And that was, what night was that? It was a night where we did like a whole bunch of topics in one show. Yeah, and then I wound up putting Proctor on the thumbnail because the news broke while we were on that stream that he withdrew his job appeal. And so we covered No, that was a different one. I don't even remember what night it was now. Everything kind of blends together. Oh, I'll tell you when it was. It was just from last Friday night. It was Friday fireworks. That was the stream. While we were on the stream, after we had already covered the Kelsey Fitzsimmons appeal, the Patrick Rose story, then the news broke on Proctor about the pics found on his phone. And so we covered that. So I'm not really sure if they say it's unfriendly to advertisers because of what was found on Proctor's phone and they're shadow banning it because of that. My guess was the Patrick Rose story, but now that I go back and look at my timestamps on this, I don't think it had to do with Fitzsimmons, but they may be trying to shadow ban that too because, you never know. And then while we were on that stream also, the news on Turtleboy broke that Cosgrove needed more time to respond to the mega motion. And Mello had just found a whole box full of relevant information and sent it by carrier pigeon. No, not really. He sent it via express mail because he probably didn't know how to make a thumb drive. So, there's that. And so they got a lot of problems in Massachusetts. But yeah, I would worry. If I just lived in Massachusetts, I'd be afraid to be pulled over by the MSP. When I drive into Massachusetts and there's that big sign that says "Welcome to Massachusetts," I'm like, oh, yeah, they're not talking about me. And I drive the speed limit and I drive slowly. And that's terrible. I didn't see any news about Duty Ron. What happened to Duty Ron? Selective memory failure. Qualified immunity should not be for private time. Well, actually, it's like the city of Boston that wants to get out on qualified immunity by saying, we didn't do anything wrong. They kept him on the force for 20 years. After that, they took away the restraining order. They just dismissed it. They discharged it after like 2 months, which enabled him to abuse those same exact kids for another whole bunch of years. And then he kept abusing for 30 more years. Or 25 years after 1995. He was doing it from 1990 to 2020. Revolting. You guys are really trying to distract me, right? Did you see the new proposal to build a bridge between Connecticut and Long Island? This time in Bridgeport, Connecticut. I don't know. They've been trying to build a bridge for years. I take the ferry to Bridgeport and I enjoy the ferry. I mean, it would be good. I mean, I don't know. Do we really need a bridge? What's wrong with the ferry? We don't want to put the ferry out of business. You know how long it takes to build a bridge? Long time. Well, I don't, first of all, Christine, I don't know that cancer is old news. Did it spread? All right, hang on. I don't know. Where is it on YouTube? I don't know. I can't look for it right now, but spread to his lymph nodes and his spine. Oh my God. Well, he's a 9/11 first responder. And so he has been being checked for years and years and years since then. And I knew that he was suffering from another kind of cancer, but I did not know that it is has spread, and I will look into that and find out. Because I got my start with Duty Ron, co-hosting with him when Ed was on assignment. And he had something recently, but I think he was in remission. He was doing really, really, really well. Yeah, and why are people so mean? Why are people so mean? I don't understand why people have to be so mean. Thank you, little cupcake. Duty Ron and Ed Wallace are retired NYPD 9/11 first responders who deserve all the respect. They're decent men who are trained to listen, empathize, and de-escalate. All right. If anybody has the members only post, can you screenshot it to me and I'll take a look at it. That's horrible. I don't like to hear that. He's young. He's young. He's early 60s. Pokey said sending 5 to make up for Cece getting 1. Thank you, Pokey. Thanks for gifting 5. Thanks, Tiffany, for sending it to me. I'll take a look at that later. I'll take a look at that later because there's a lot of people in the chat that just can't be empathetic or nice. And it's like, oh, Duty Ron let Lauren come on his show, so we hate Duty Ron. Well, I mean, why? I don't understand. I just really, there's so much vitriol out there in the real world that I just don't understand why people are just so, it's disappointing. Thunderhorse, best chat crew, mod crew, and Melanie's awesome. Thank you. Thunderhorse says, Duty Ron's cancer has spread to his thyroid and spine. Yeah, that's a hard one. That's a hard one. Yeah, I know. You misspelled it. Okay. Prayers for Duty Ron, please, in the chat. Thank you. Have some class. Thank you, Ash and Sugar, for buying me a matcha latte. Said it brightens my day when you go live. Thanks for staying classy. Enjoy your matcha. Thank you. Oh. Thank you. Oh, for sending me, but that's Deborah's whole entire testimony. I think we just looked at the little tiny clip. We just looked at the little tiny clip that we found of her. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns. Do you want to watch, what time is it? 7:30. Do you want to watch some, you want to watch Proctor's direct examination? And then tomorrow we can watch his cross. If you guys are up for it, we can do that. I think the direct is maybe 2 hours, but if you guys are into it, I can put it on and play it. And then tomorrow we can do his cross. Shout out to Trial Channel, who does the Lord's work and cuts all of this down. Because I think it's important to go back and watch Proctor's testimony from the first trial so that we can, first of all, watch it again and then pick out the lies. Because if what I think is in that phone is in that phone, this guy's going down big time, in addition to perhaps maybe committing perjury in trial number 1. Because remember, he was not called to trial number 2. He was not called to testify. And so, could he be charged with perjury in trial number 1, or can we glean some stuff from trial number 1 that may help us see what could be in the phone that could be there to prove him wrong? Let me get it from Trial Channel. Oh, please. So I don't think this Karen Reed filing is going to be coming as imminently as Damon Seligson seemed to make it sound like it was coming when he did Howie Carr on Friday. So I have my whole thumbnail ready and I was ready for it. I was ready. And it did not happen. And so that's all right. That's okay. We're going to get it. Whatever day it happens. Okay, just to remind you that, Adam Lally's voice may give you some PTSD because we're going all the way back. Come with me, if you will, all the way back to June 10th of 2024. This was June 10th of 2024. This is Proctor's direct examination. Let me make a banner so if people come in and say, what are we watching? You can just tell them to look at the banner. Okay. So this is June 10th, 2024, 6/10/24. And Karen Reed trial number 1. Okay. This was day 22 of trial number 1. All right. I'll put it in there. Day. I think the first trial was like something like 30 days or more. We know because we were here every single day. Every single day. All right, there it is. Shout out to Trial Channel. So if Trial Channel, if you could give them a like and a sub, I can boost the audio if I need to. I'll try to let it play without talking too much, but unless I find something super important to say, I usually do find something super important to say. At least I think it's important. Let me know how the volume is starting now.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yeah, Trooper Michael Proctor, Proctor.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office in the Homicide Unit within the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have
Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up loud, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And, sir, if you want, that microphone in front of you is adjustable, so however close or far away you want. Now, how long have you been a trooper with the State Police?
For over 10 years, and it'll be 5 years in September with the Homicide Unit.
Now, with reference to your work with the Homicide Unit, with the Detective Unit at the District Attorney's Office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work within that unit?
I've attended several homicide schools. I've also been certified in Celebrite software programming. I've also, in addition to homicide investigations, have worked within the narcotics unit on several different investigations there as well.
Homicide school. They have a homicide school. That didn't age well. Celebrate, all of it. When he still had a smidgen of confidence, says Diane. Yeah. 10 years. Yeah, he's been there, I think, since 2012, right? 2012, 2013. Carol does miss the fan. Okay, wait. Oh, this is a great idea. All right, wait, hang on. So there are many newer-ish viewers to my channel because when I handled the first trial, I think I only had maybe like 25, 30,000 subs, and we've gained like 100,000 subs since the first trial. And so if you did not watch trial number 1, if you did not watch trial number 1, put a 1 in the chat because I just want to see how many have never seen this. That's right. I forgot there's a lot of people who have never seen Proctor's testimony because he did not testify at trial number 2. So if you did not watch trial number 1 and you've never seen Proctor's testimony, put a 1. Oh, you guys are going to love this. Oh, I'm so glad we're doing this. Homicide school. Yeah. Is that a how to do one or how to cover up one? Well done. Oh, you guys, this is classic. How times have changed. Now, remember, this is before anybody knew anything about his text messages. They had been turned over to the defense and the prosecution in February. This is June, but we, the public, did not know about these text messages. So when he starts being asked about these text messages, we were catching flies. Like our mouths were open the entire time. This is must-see TV. Only in clips. Oh, the clips are, Robin, you got to watch it in all its glory. Look at that. Emily's making popcorn. All right, here we go. Yeah, did you go to TLite school? Well done.
Now, with respect to your work with the detective units, as far as, do you have sort of an on-call system?
We do.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that works or how those specific days for your on-call duties are assigned?
Sure. So a Sergeant Buchanan usually sets the on-call rotation. It's at random, and your on-call is from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. Any unattended death, homicide, suicide, overdose, things of that nature that comes in during that time frame, you own it. That's your call.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the detective units on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And at some point in the morning, did you receive a call in regard to a situation in the town of Kearney?
I did.
And what, if anything, was that? When did you first receive that call from them?
Sergeant Buchanan called me at approximately 6:48 that Saturday morning, advised that Canton PD had a male party that was discovered in the snow outside of a residence, and he wasn't sure what had happened. It was originally given to me as a possible medical situation.
Right. There's a man pissed out in the snow outside a residence. Doesn't say on the lawn of a Boston police officer. 6:48 a.m. They're already getting the call. Remember, John O'Keefe was not pronounced until about 7:50 a.m. This is an hour before he's even pronounced. And it's just a medical event. And the MSP is called. They're called for unattended deaths that are suspicious, right? Or all unattended deaths. I'm not sure. But already rallying the troops in the middle of a blizzard. Right. And he was on call. He wasn't supposed to work that day.
And based on that initial call and that initial information that you received, what, if anything, did you do?
And at that point, I knew I needed to gather further information, so I contacted Detective Lank from Canton Police Department to see exactly what transpired in the morning. He had informed me that a male party had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital with some injuries. Detective Lank didn't have much more information, so I knew I needed to contact the paramedic at the hospital, the individual who's treating Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, before we get to that, if I could, I'm sorry. As far as Detective Sergeant Lank was concerned, was that someone that you called on your own, or how did you get his information, or why did you call him specifically?
I knew he was on scene, so I called Detective Lank.
So that was some information that you had received at some point earlier, and then you contacted Detective Sergeant Lank.
Correct.
Here's another thing I'm noticing too. Think about while we're watching this again, and we thought it was so annoying the way that Lally was guiding his testimony. But now think about this again. Lally and Proctor have worked together since 2012, hand in hand, two peas in a pod. How many cases have they worked together? What does Lally know? What is he trying to guide Proctor to say to maybe keep Proctor out of a certain trouble? Like now this is very interesting, the way that we're going to see. I thought it was so annoying how every time somebody answered a question, Proctor would use that. Lally would use that answer in his next question. And now I'm thinking it was on purpose. It was intentional.
And following that, you reached out to whom? I'm sorry?
This firefighter Anthony Flamati.
And with reference to that conversation, what, if anything, did you learn from that?
Firefighter Flamati informed me that
I'm going to allow it.
Firefighter Flamati informed
there was an objection because that's hearsay, but she's going to allow it because she allows everything.
me that Mr. O'Keefe had some injuries to his right arm, some abrasions to his right arm, some injuries to his eyes, a cut to the nose area, and he put a 10% chance of survival for Mr. O'Keefe.
Really? Flamati is giving odds on his survival. Flamati's an EMT, right? He's not a medical doctor. He's not giving he's not giving he's who is he to give a chance of living? Who's he to give odds on that? He's not a medical doctor. Gives him a 10% chance of survival? Okay. That's completely out there testimony. That never should have been allowed. That's just one of the things that never should have been allowed. But it was a mistrial and she gets another trial, so no big whoop.
Based on that information, who did you call next?
I contacted Sergeant Mechanic, advised him that this sounds like it's more than a medical situation.
And what, if any, decision did you and Sergeant Mechanic come to with regard to what to do or where to go or what the next step should be?
So there's a couple different steps. Number one, it was blizzard.
Okay, right. Flamati didn't tell Proctor that Karen Reed said, I hit him, right? Right, Ashley? That's right. Just that he had maybe a 10% chance of living. A couple different steps. Okay, what are your steps, Proctor? Don't go to the scene on the date of the injury. Don't go to the scene on the date of the crime.
You and Sergeant Mechanic come to with regard to what to do or where to go or what the next step should be.
So there's a couple different steps. Number one, it was blizzard conditions, and we operate, Ford Fusions or Chevy Malibu. So we got authorization to use our personal vehicles that are four-wheel drive.
How is it that a New England State Police Department does not have four-wheel drive vehicles? Is that really a thing? Is that really a thing? New England, you gotta get a lot of weather up there. The Massachusetts police does not have any vehicles with four-wheel drive, so they got to use their personal vehicles, which coincidentally don't have dash cam. Really? Yeah, they didn't want to take patrol cars because they would have dash cam on them. Loving Caring says that's a lie. And Chloe Bitsoe Acquit says they all have SUVs. So why is he lying? Yeah, you wanted your personal cars so that there would be no dash cam when you pulled up behind Karen Reed's vehicle and there was no smashed out taillight, maybe. Wow.
And to meet at Canton Piers our persons or blizzard conditions, and we operate, Ford Fusions or Chevy Malibu. So we got authorization to use our personal vehicles that are four-wheel drive, and to meet at Canton PD and to speak with the responding officers.
And about what time was it that you and Sergeant Mechanic arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 10 a.m. that morning.
You get the call at 6:48. 6:48. Dead Boston cop on Brian Albert's lawn. Brian Albert's brother, Kevin, is a detective with Canton PD. You don't mosey on over there until 10 a.m.? Where's the sense of urgency for a dead brother in blue? By this time, he's already pronounced by 7:50, but you don't get there until 10 a.m.? What were you doing from 6:48 until 10 a.m.? He lives in Canton, right? Oh, Emily says he lives 4 minutes away from 34 Fairview. Emily C says 4 minutes away. There's no urgency for officer down? Really? Dead police officer on Brian Albert's lawn. Wow. Getting authorization, Zoe says, was Yuri saying, we'll take my personal truck. Nope, they haven't even mentioned that he's a cop yet. You're right, Upstage Center. He's not a cop, and he was not found on the brother of a Canton police detective's lawn, who also is a Boston police officer.
And so, Trooper Proctor, if I could ask you, whereabouts were you at about 8:22 in the morning?
Home.
Had you shoveled out of your driveway at that time?
Not yet.
Somebody tell me why this 8:22 time is important. Where were you at 8:22 a.m.? And then I think Lally doesn't tie it up in a bow. He says he's still home. Have you shoveled out yet? No, not yet. There was hardly any snow. You guys have sent me pictures of your own back decks. There was not a lot of snow. Putting on a nice show, right?
Had you cleaned off your car at that time?
No.
So you arrived at the Canton Police Station about 10 a.m. or so. When was it that you arrived in relation to Sergeant Buchanan, if you know?
At KNPD?
Yes.
I don't recall if Sergeant Buchanan arrived first or myself.
But suffice it to say, at some time you both arrived around 10 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go with the Canton Police when you arrived there?
We spoke with the Sergeant Sean Good.
Goody. Mikazi G says, by the way, there are no Ford Fusions and there are no Chevy Malibus. That's a lie also. It wouldn't take him 3 hours to shovel out of his driveway. How far away does he live from Canton PD? He lives 4 minutes from 34 Fairview. Wow.
And what, if anything, did you learn from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good informed us that while he was on scene, he identified Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Karen Reed. He also informed us that Jennifer McCabe was out early in the night at a waterfall bar in Canton with some individuals, and that she was the one who called 911 when they found Mr. O'Keefe in the snow that morning.
That's right.
Now, with
She called
regard to
and
the
she
parties
said,
that you just mentioned,
she called and she said, there's a man passed out in the snow. That's what she said. That was the urgency. Yeah, I wonder what his phone location says during that time. Oh, Kate, with the total phone extraction, aren't they going to get his location data? That's how we're going to find out so many more lies. Is his location data going to be in the total phone extraction? Do you guys know? I mean, listen, Proctor just told us that he took courses in Celebrite phone extraction, so he must know. He must know what they have. Where was he between the time he got that call and 10 a.m. when he got to the Canton PD? Oh, I can't wait to find out.
Prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware of either Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts or Karen Reed or John O'Keefe?
I've never met any of them.
And at some point subsequent, did you have occasion to meet and speak with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just for clarification purposes, if you could identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing.
She's seated between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti wearing a pinstripe sport coat.
No, just ask the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Yes.
Sport coat.
Now, after you speak with Sergeant Good, did you speak with anybody else at the Canton Police Station?
No.
And where did yourself and Sergeant Buchanan go from there?
We then traveled to the home.
You didn't talk to Kevin Albert? Did we ever find out if Kevin Albert was on duty? Did we ever find out if Kevin Albert was in the building that day? Has anybody ever asked? Did it ever come out? Did Turtleboy ever dig into whether Kevin Albert was there? Because don't you think his brother would have told him to get over there?
Of Matthew and Jennifer McCabe.
Now, with reference to when I say you and Sergeant Buchanan, at how long a period of time was it that you were with Sergeant Buchanan on that date of January 29th?
It's from 10 a.m. approximately when we met at Canton Police Department until we returned to the Canton Police Department that afternoon around 5:30 in the afternoon. So all day.
5:30. Says he got back at around 5:30. And he, between 10 a.m. and 5:30 p.m., him and Buchanan were together the whole time. I can't wait. I can't wait until the location data comes out. Darius says, I feel like the only person who ever put Kevin Albert in the building at all was Dever. Did Kelly Dever testify that he was in the building? Huh. He never testified. You're right. They never called him.
We also had a debrief meeting with just the troopers in my office at Canton PD. So at least from 10 to 6, 7, because we also went back to the office with some evidence.
Evidence of what?
And
Yeah, Canton PD was conflicted out, right? Because Kevin Albert works for the department and the body was found on his brother's lawn. So they were conflicted out, and yet they had all their closed door meetings there. And I want to know if he was there.
so from that entire time from 10 in the morning until later on in the night, other than maybe short drives in individual cars, were you essentially with Sergeant Mechanic that entire day?
Yes, we used Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck that entire day. I left my personal vehicle at the police department, and I rode with Sergeant Buchanan all day and into the evening.
Now, from the Canton Police Station, where did you and Sergeant Buchanan go?
The McCabe's house in Canton.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with there?
We spoke with Matthew and Jennifer McCabe, as well as...
Yeah, because they do house calls. They do house calls to take witness statements. And they do them in groups. They didn't have Matthew and Jen McCabe come down to the station. No, they went to Jennifer McCabe's house to interview them.
Brian Albert.
And those interviews that you...
And Brian Albert was there too. Because maybe Brian Albert didn't want Michael Proctor in his house. So, you know, they just made it easy for him.
conducted, were they how were they conducted?
One-on-one, Sergeant Buchanan and myself kind of rotated out Jennifer, Matthew, and Brian. So first we interviewed Jennifer, and then once that was completed, we had her step out, go to a separate room, brought in Matthew, and then the same thing with Brian.
Yeah,
And
see how
for
Lally
the
is guiding
balance
him?
of-
Lally prepped him to say that because we know they were probably all in the same room when they were interviewed. And how many calls to Jennifer McCabe that day? Asks Karen Griswold. Guess what? It's all going to be in the extraction. It's all going to be in the extraction. How many times did Jennifer McCabe call him? How many times did Brian Albert call him? It's going to be good stuff.
The interviews that you conducted several interviews over the course of your investigation in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And for those interviews, as far as individually done, was that primarily what you did with each of the people that you interviewed over the course of the investigation?
Yes, each interview conducted was either with Sergeant Buchanan or another trooper in one-on-one, with the exception of Julie and Chris Albert, I believe, were in the same room as us.
Oh,
Now, with respect
me and Julie
to-
Albert, who said that she wanted to get you a gift when all this was over. Oh, yes. Right. We interviewed them together. See, my freeze game is always on point. See, his eyes are closed. He's lying.
I believe you just answered it, but as far as each of the interviews that you conducted over the course of your investigation, was it at any point in time, was there an interview that you conducted just by yourself?
There was just one.
And who was that one that you conducted by yourself?
That took place just at the grand jury across the street. It was the Currans. I had some difficulty locating them, so when they appeared for grand jury, I interviewed them one-on-one by myself prior to their testimony at grand jury.
Oh,
You had attempted to meet with them prior.
the first time you ever met with them was before they testified in front of the grand jury? The Currans. Remember, that was one of the guys that John went out with to CF McCarthy's, and his wife was a lovely. No, wait, those are the Camaranos. Who were the Currans? I don't know if the Currans were ever called a trial. Were they? I don't know. I have to think about it. Somebody in the chat will know.
Prior to them coming to the grand jury, is that correct?
Yes,
And they had not been responsive to that.
correct.
However, they were responsive to the summons, and so you interviewed them before they went into the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
Other than those, as far as Mr. and Mrs. Carr, every interview that you conducted was in the presence of at least one other trooper?
Correct.
Now, as far as you mentioned one name that we hadn't discussed before at the McCabe household, a Brian Albert. Prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware or did you know Brian Albert?
I never met Brian Albert until that interview.
Now, following the interviews that you conducted at the McCabe household, where did you go from there?
After the interviews at the McCabe household, Sergeant Buchanan and I traveled to Good Samaritan Hospital for two reasons. One, we knew Miss Reed was there receiving treatment for Section 12. And two, we wanted to view Mr. O'Keefe.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Hospital, was the defendant, Ms. Reed, still at that facility at that time?
We'd spoke with the security staff at Good Samaritan Hospital. They informed us that Miss Reed was released.
I'll allow it, just as to where you went.
Of course you will.
That Miss Reed was released several hours prior to our arrival.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived, yourself and Sergeant Mechanic, at the Good Samaritan?
Maybe approximately 1 o'clock.
And you mentioned there was a second reason, and that was to view Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Wait a second. They got to Good Samaritan at 1 o'clock? Wait, hang on.
Mechanic at the Good Samaritan. And do you know about what time it was that you arrived, yourself and Sergeant Mechanic, at the Good Samaritan?
You're investigating a death of a Boston police officer. You don't even get to the hospital to view the body until 1 p.m. You went to visit Jennifer McCabe and Matt McCabe and Brian Albert before you even went to see the victim, the body of the Boston police officer whose murder you're investigating? Wow. Not even until 1 p.m. He never goes to 34 Fairview that day at all, he says.
Maybe approximately 1 o'clock.
And you mentioned there was a second reason, and that was to view Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And did you have occasion, or did you have a chance to view Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan?
We did.
And where was that within the hospital?
That was in the emergency room.
And when you went to where Mr. O'Keefe was, can you describe for the jury what, if any, observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time that you observed it?
Yeah, get the tears
The first
ready.
thing I noticed on Mr. O'Keefe is he had abrasions on his right arm. On the top of his right arm, there's approximately 6 to 8, ranging from his forearm to his lower bicep. There was no injuries underneath that forearm. Both eyes were swollen and black and blue. He had a cut on, I believe it was his right nostril. Another smaller cut, I believe it was on his left eye. Those were the injuries that kind of jumped out to me.
At any point in time, did you make any observations of the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head while you were there?
Yeah. I did observe blood on the back of the head. I wasn't able to tell if there's any significant trauma to the back of his head.
Wow, you're such a great investigator, you dumbass. Kelly Lohman says he went by Fairview first. Well, you know who's going to tell us that? His location data from his cell phone extraction. Which would also prove that Michael Morrissey was a liar when he released his hostage video and said Michael Proctor never went to 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022. Yep, Paul said he looked like he went 10 rounds with Mike Tyson. He sure did, Daria. Yes, he did. No cuts underneath his arm, right? He's trying to say that it couldn't possibly be dog bites because, a dog would have, attacked with upper and lower jaw. But we know from all the dog experts that we've listened to that that's not necessarily the truth. Nope, couldn't see the large gash on the back of the head. No, he didn't even look, didn't even ask. Did you even talk to a doctor or did you just take Flamati's word for it?
Now, from the Good Samaritan Hospital, yourself and Sergeant Buchanan, what, if any, items did you secure in evidence from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
So after we viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body, we observed a pile of clothes in the corner that hospital staff had cut off Mr. O'Keefe and kind of piled into the corner. The one thing that had jumped out to both of us was one sneaker. And it's fairly common in a motor vehicle pedestrian strike that...
Sustained. Next question.
Yeah, fairly common that to be knocked out of your shoes and you'd have a one. He's been with the homicide unit for only 5 years, right? How many pedestrian accidents did he investigate? I don't know if they ever get to that, but he wants to get in there that it's fairly common that, they would lose a shoe, hit by a car and all.
I'll strike from fairly common. The observations will be made.
As far as the clothing that you observed, can you describe the clothing that you observed?
Yes. We observed one black sneaker with the Nike logo, a pair of blue jeans, a belt, boxer shorts, an orange T-shirt, and a two-tone gray, light kind of hooded sweatshirt type of material.
Now, Trooper Proctor, over the course of your career of responding to unattended deaths or death investigations as a member, as a detective of the unit, how many of those have involved situations where a pedestrian was struck by a motor vehicle?
Wait, did he mention the socks? Did he mention the socks? Hold on, I want to hear that again. Because he was sure to mention the belt. The belt, I don't think the belt was ever logged into evidence. I don't think it was on the evidence list. I think that's why there was some confusion about the belt, like pre-trial. Hold on, let's see what he says. Can you describe the clothing that you observed? Okay.
We observed one black sneaker with the Nike logo, a pair of blue jeans, a belt, boxer shorts, an orange T-shirt, and a two-tone gray, light kind of hooded sweatshirt type of.
Right. The socks were on
material.
his feet. We've seen pictures of John's body in the emergency room on the gurney or the hospital bed, and he's wearing the socks, but nobody ever collected them.
Now, Trooper Proctor, over the course of your career of responding to unattended deaths or death investigations as a member, as a detective of the unit, how many of those have involved situations where a pedestrian was struck by a motor vehicle?
Well, I've been in the unit, maybe 3 or 4, and then I've had other experiences on the road.
And as far as the other experiences on the road, can you expound upon those as far as how many or over what time period we're talking about?
It was about 6 years I spent on the road, so maybe another 3 or 4.
And with reference to those pedestrian crashes, what, if anything, have you seen in those prior investigations in regard to sneakers or footwear of pedestrians involved in motor vehicle crashes?
Objection. I'm going to see you at sidebar on this.
Trial channel is great because they cut out all the sidebars, so we just get straight back to the testimony.
Yes.
Now, with reference to your prior experience with pedestrian crashes involving motor vehicles, what, if any, observations have you made on those prior occasions in regard to the footwear with respect to the pedestrians in motor vehicle crashes?
In those experiences, I've observed one, if not both, pieces of footwear remained at the point of impact.
And so with respect to your observations of the clothing, there only being one sneaker at Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as the sort of steps you took subsequent in your investigation?
That was just a little piece of evidence that Sergeant Mechanic and I picked up that only one piece of footwear revealed the potential of a vehicle strike.
Now, in addition,
only one piece of footwear revealed the potential of a vehicle strike. Would that really be your biggest clue? Or would the body tell you more of a story? If somebody was hit by a car, wouldn't they have injuries below the waist, bumper marks on some part of the body? But for him, it was the shoe.
Sergeant Mechanic is one of your supervisors within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes,
And is another one a Lieutenant Brian Tully?
that's correct.
Now, with respect to the one sneaker that was found in Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if anything, with regard to that, did you communicate to Lieutenant Tully?
Objection. As to how it goes to the investigation,
Yes.
I'll allow it.
What did you tell Tully?
Sergeant Mechanic and I informed DLT Tully that there was one shoe at the hospital.
And with respect to Detective Lieutenant Tully, are you aware that subsequently in the afternoon that there was a search that was conducted in the area of 34 Fairview Road where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
And are you aware of what, if anything, was recovered in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found on that day?
Objection. I'll allow it as to the investigation.
Yes.
And what are you aware of?
We were informed, Sergeant Mechanic and I were informed that SIR team and Detective Lieutenant Tully discovered a black Nike sneaker with the white swoosh logo that was a match to Mr. O'Keefe's shoe at the hospital.
It was a match.
Trooper, in addition to the...
Wow, I can't wait to see the text messages between Proctor and Tully. Look at his face right now. That's a tell. Yeah, we got one shoe. Here's what it looks like. You got to find the other one. Did he send him a picture of the shoe? A lot of people thought maybe the dog chewed up a shoe and they had to find another shoe. And, you know, the scene was left unsecured for all day. But he's saying he just got to the hospital around 1 o'clock, and that's when he collected the shoe. What are the communications between him and Tully about the shoe? Oh my God. Can you imagine what these text messages between him and Tully are going to say? Wow. Oops.
Shoe that you've already referenced, what, if anything else, did you observe about what kind of clothing and the condition of the clothing that you observed in the hospital?
The clothing seemed, it was wet. It was pretty well saturated.
With vomit?
The right sleeve had some like cuts to it, like tears to it. There's like blood and vomit on it, if I recall. Those were the observations I had made of the clothing. And they had been cut due to rendering first aid as well.
Aaron, that's interesting that you say that. Aaron says they need Joseph Scott Morgan or Kenny Kinsey. I had Joseph Scott Morgan on my show, and he did not think that this was anything other than a car accident. Do you guys remember that? Did anybody watch that show? He did not think it looked like a dog attack, his arm, and he would not say that he thought that it was not a car accident. Oh boy, the trolls loved it. They clipped it. They used it forever, that I was embarrassed by my guest who didn't believe that it was anything but a car accident. So that's interesting that you say that. Although I still remember him saying things like, you know, the body tells the story and all that, and he needed more information. But yep, the black soul, white soul controversy. It's actually far worse to hear this the second time, right, Robin? I'm glad we're listening. Yeah, we're going to see the text. We should. Hopefully we'll get a full extraction.
The pants area.
Now,
those were the observations. Sleeve had the clothing seemed it was wet. It was pretty well saturated. The right sleeve had some like cuts to it, like tears to it.
Like a dog had bitten through
blood
it?
and vomit on it, if I recall. Those were the observations I had made of the clothing. And they had been cut due to rendering first aid as well, the pants area.
Now, subsequent to viewing these clothing items at the hospital, at a later time, did you have occasion to observe surveillance video from a variety of places on the evening of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th, depicting Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you note with regard to the clothing that you observed at the hospital and the clothing that you observed in the video?
So the videos I reviewed at C.F. McCarthy's bar and the Waterfall bar were the same clothes Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that Sergeant Mechanic and I had secured at Good Samaritan Hospital.
Now, Trooper, I'm going to ask you some questions just in regard to...
Hi, Peter Murphy.
Just in regard to...
Peter Murphy says, Peter Murphy's here. Peter Murphy retired as a sergeant, right, with Canton PD. 30 years on the job with Canton PD. He's horrified by this whole thing. Peter Murphy's the best. Says John O'Keefe was a key part of the crime scene and nobody was directed to accompany Officer O'Keefe in the ambulance. Nope. Think about that for a moment. Right. Right. And how about, he testified earlier, I don't know if you were here, but Proctor said that Flamati told him that John O'Keefe had a 10% chance of living. Like Flamati was even qualified to even say that. And then they don't get to the hospital until 1 p.m. because they go and interview Jen and Matt McCabe first and Brian Albert at Jen McCabe's house. This whole thing is even worse the second time around, but I can't wait to see the text messages between him and Tully about the shoe. I can't wait. And his location data is probably going to be in this extraction too, right? So we're going to know whether or not he really went to 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022. We're going to know.
Securing these items specifically as evidence, but in general terms, as far as securing items and evidence within your unit, How is that accomplished? How is that done? What do you do with items that you deem of evidentiary value that you then secure?
Generally, if we take an item for evidence, we'll put it in a brown paper bag, document it, time, date, who secured that item.
But you didn't do that.
Address, where it's discovered, and then we'll bring that back to our office, to the evidence processing area. From there, it'll go to a permanent evidence room that has triple retention. It has an actual key, a key card, and an actual access code. And only 3 members of my office have access to that room: the 2 evidence officers and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
See how he's getting ahead of this already? He's getting ahead of it to try and make it sound like there's a chain of custody, like there's a procedure, like it's totally secure. But that's not what they did. They threw all the clothes into the same bag, and then they sat in the back of his truck, or Buchanan's truck, for who knows how long before they put him on butcher paper somewhere. And we've learned, because we watched another trial with the same crime scene technicians who said there was something like a dryer for the clothing. Like there was this oven that they would put them in to dry in, right? Remember, it was like an evidence warmer that was specifically for wet clothing, but they didn't do that here. Yes, they need to hold off on the movie because there's so much more coming.
This time on January 29th, 2022, who was assigned as the evidence officers who had access to that room?
So that'd be Trooper David Ichiko and Trooper Jeffrey Kukowski.
Oh, Kukowski.
Did either yourself or Sergeant Buchanan have any access to that evidence storage room?
No.
Now, with reference to these items that were seized and, say, items that were seized subsequent during the course of your investigation, did they go through that same sort of evidentiary storage process that you were speaking about before?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, in addition to the clothing items, at some point did you come into possession and seize Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
And do you recall where it was that you received or retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's phone from?
We received it at the Canton Police Department.
And was that prior?
Oh, you got John O'Keefe's phone at the Canton Police Department. How do you think it got there? The whole story about John O'Keefe's phone is so shady. Because remember, I don't even think it was until trial number 2, or maybe it was trial number 1. Carrie Roberts said she got it from underneath John's body. But then where did it go? Because it did a lot of steps, and it even did some flights of stairs. And he says he got it from Canton PD. How did it get to Canton PD? He says, was that prior?
To you going to the Good Samaritan?
After, I believe.
After.
Oh, so not until after you got back there at 5:30, after you brought Karen's car back and smashed out the taillight, that's when you got the car? I mean, that's when you got the phone? Because I don't think they went back to Canton PD after the hospital. I think that's when because they called for the tow around 2 o'clock, right? Yeah, they did. They called for the tow around 2 o'clock.
So following the Good Samaritan, where did you go from there?
So after the Good Samaritan Hospital, Sergeant Buchanan and I traveled to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton.
Why?
And why did you go to that location?
That was the residence of Miss Reed's parents' home, and having a brief conversation with Miss Reed on the phone, she informed us she was at her parents' house.
So you had called Miss Reed, spoken to her, and informed her that you were coming there to speak with her, correct?
Correct.
And just as you had done with Ms. McCabe, Mr. McCabe, you spoke to Ms. Reed within her home?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, did you reach out to on your way there with regard to local law enforcement as you were driving to Dayton?
We contacted the Dayton Police Department just for a couple of reasons. One, it's a common courtesy. If we're in another town, we just kind of give the local PD a heads up. But also, we needed to coordinate a plow truck and potentially a tow truck as well.
And why did you need to coordinate those things?
At the time, there must have been...
Wait, what do you mean potentially a tow truck? Because you called for the tow truck at the same time that you called Dayton PD. There was no potentially a tow truck. You already decided to pin it on the girl. They called for the tow truck at the same time that they called Dayton PD, right? For the escort, right? Listen.
Time town. We just kind of give the local PD a heads up. But also we needed to coordinate a plow truck and potentially a tow truck as well.
And why did you need to coordinate those things?
At the time, there must have been at least a foot of snow on the ground, more. And it was a dead-end cul-de-sac, so which made it difficult to navigate. So we requested the plow to clear a path for Sergeant Buchanan and I to get down the roadway, as well as clear the driveway of the residents, so the tow truck could pull into the driveway.
Now, as far as the drive from Good Samaritan, that's in Brockton, is that correct?
Yes.
As far as the drive from the Good Samaritan in Brockton to the defendant's parents' home in Dighton, about how long a drive was that, and how would you describe the weather conditions along the way?
Yeah, the weather conditions were whiteout, high winds, blizzard conditions. We had to travel very slow. It was almost about an hour to get there.
And when you arrived there, you're in Sergeant Buchanan's truck, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did Sergeant Buchanan position the truck in relation to the house at 345 Country Hill?
From what I recall, Sergeant Buchanan went down the cul-de-sac and turned around, and he actually had to let me out first because of the high snowbanks, and then he parked kind of along the snow, pointing essentially to Mr. Reed's house.
And at some point, did members of the Dighton police come along and join?
Yes.
And do you recall who those people were?
I believe one of the officers' last name was Barros or Barrios.
And
You
had
don't know
you
his
ever
name?
met that officer before?
Yeah, Barros is your worst nightmare, mofo. Barros is your worst nightmare. You better learn his name. Because he said that taillight was not completely shattered.
No.
Now, with respect to the home, had you and Sergeant Buchanan approached the home at any point prior to the Dighton police showing up?
I can't recall if, no, they had arrived first before we approached the home.
And when you approached the home, you went, what did you traverse? How did you get from the street to the home?
We walked down the driveway, and then we observed Miss Reed's Lexus parked in the driveway, the front of it facing one of the garage doors. And that's when we observed the broken taillight on the right side of the vehicle.
Yeah, did you take a picture of it? She was trying to hide that broken taillight. You think she would have parked it ass out, facing the street so that you could see it? She knew you were coming. If she knew you were coming, she'd have baked a cake. She knew you were coming. If she wanted to hide that broken taillight, she would have backed it into the garage or dropped it off at an auto body shop or maybe something like that. She knew you were coming. That's when we saw the broken taillight. He's got to get it all out, right? He's got to get it all out.
We then proceeded to the front door. The snow was about up to our waist, and knocked on the door and was greeted by Mr. Reed.
So as you're walking up the driveway towards the home, you see Miss Reed's vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the path shoveled to the house? How did you walk to the front door? Where's your body cam?
And that's a vehicle that you later subsequently found to be registered to Miss Karen Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
All right, we saw the footage.
I'm showing you documents, 4 pages in length. Just ask you to review that after you finish. And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
The Registry of Motor Vehicles. It's the certified document for Miss Reed's Lexus.
Is that the plate information that's contained in there? Is that the same plate that was affixed to Miss Reed's vehicle on that day?
Yes.
And that also details sort of the history or how long she's had possession of that vehicle. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Going back to, I believe, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thanks,
I'll
Mama Shea.
seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed, at some point you go into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And how do you enter into the defendant's parents' home?
So Sergeant Buchanan and I, after we knocked on the front door, Mr. Reed directed us around the corner, opened up the garage door for us, and invited us in.
Now, if I could take you back to, I'm sorry, just as far as when you're coming up the driveway and you're passing by the defendant's vehicle, you mentioned some damage that you observed to the right rear passenger side area. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what it was specifically that you observed as far as damage to that area of the vehicle?
Yeah, the right rear tail light had essentially large pieces missing from it.
So you proceed inside the home, and where is it that you're directed, and where is the defendant?
We're invited into a large living room area. Miss Reed is seated on a couch, and her parents, William and Janet, are present for the conversation and kind of standing off to the side.
And that conversation goes on for approximately how long?
Approximately half hour, 40 minutes.
And when you terminate that conversation, you come back outside of the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And where is the vehicle at this point?
That is being put on the tow truck.
Oh,
Now,
did
in
you
addition to the defendant's vehicle, what,
did
if
you
anything
record
else-
that conversation? Because they recorded the conversations with Harry Turk, and that was like a year before, I think. And also, they recorded all the conversations with Brian Walsh, so we know that they actually do record them. But no, they didn't do the one. They didn't record Karen Reed's conversation notice.
was taken and seized as evidence from the defendant on that morning?
After confirming the phone Miss Reed was holding was in fact hers, we told her we were seizing the phone and we'd be writing a search warrant for that.
Now, during the course of the conversation that you and Sergeant Mechanic had with the defendant that afternoon at her parents' home in Dayton, were there some questions in relation to contact information for other people that were at bars or different establishments the night before?
Yes, we asked Miss Reed specifically for some of the friends that Mr. O'Keefe was with at CF McCarthy's. One person in particular was Michael Camerano. So we observed Miss Reed enter the passcode on her phone, retrieved Mr. Camerano's phone number for us, provided to us, and that just for.
We watched her enter the password on her phone. 4 digits, 5 digits. You think that they took note of it and then unlocked her phone as soon as they got it in the car? Do you think they waited for a search warrant to search her car? Listen to that again. Why didn't you ask Jennifer McCabe who they were with? Yep, he's had the password all along. Listen.
Mr. O'Keefe was with at CF McCarthy's. One person in particular was Michael Camerano. So we observed Miss Reed enter the passcode on her phone, retrieved Mr. Camerano's phone number for us, provided to us, and that just further confirmed that was her cell phone.
Now,
we watched her enter the password, so we knew it was her cell phone. She got us Camerano's contact information, and then we just took her phone.
Through your training experience, when a cell phone is seized from a person, what, if anything, is it that you do with regard to that cell phone
Different phone
to
than-
preserve the information on?
Okay, just so there's no confusion, this is a different phone than that Cosgrove asked for. Cosgrove wants 2 phones that were seized from Karen in January of 2024. This is 2 years prior. This is January 2022. They took her phone that day. And then 2 years later, they went back and took her new phones. Those are the ones that they still have that they need the password for. Thanks, Sarah.
Well, first thing we do is we put it in airplane mode, and then we give it to a cell phone expert in our office, Trooper Nicholas Garino, and he essentially tries to access the data in that phone once a search warrant is obtained.
Now, as far as putting that cell phone in what you described as airplane mode, what is the purpose of that?
It's to avoid if someone wants to go on a tablet or a laptop and access the information on their phone, and they can start deleting stuff off their iCloud. This prevents that.
So you secure the phone, you secure the vehicle on the tow truck, and then where did you and Sergeant Mechanic go from there?
We follow the tow truck from the address in Dayton to the Canton Police Department. We're secured in the Sallyport Bay.
And if you know, approximately what time was it that you arrived at the Canton Police Department and secured the defendant's vehicle in the Sallyport there?
Yep, so we left Dighton around 4:16 p.m. and arrived in Canton at the police department at approximately 5:31 p.m.
And with reference to the Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage, why was the vehicle taken there?
I wasn't part of that decision, but it's my understanding that it was a heated facility. The other options were, I believe, the barracks in Milton, but that's not large enough to house a vehicle that size, and it's not heated.
And in regard to the heated, what was the sort of purpose or utility of storing it in a heated setting?
Miss Reed's vehicle was covered with snow and ice at the time. It was transported from Dighton to Canton.
And with regard to the Sallyport garage area of the Canton Police Department, at some point were you inside that area?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make as far as the temperature or the heating within that facility?
I don't remember the exact, I couldn't put like a ballpark on temperature, but it was certainly warmer than outside.
Now, as far as
the reason they initially
vehicle
said
was
that they took it to
concerned,
Canton PD instead of one of the many barracks along the way that MSP had is because it was heated. But, you know, he said it was a little warmer than outside, but no, I thought it was heated. He didn't put John O'Keefe's phone in airplane. Nobody put John O'Keefe's phone in airplane mode because it was still registering steps and stairs and things and stuff after somebody collected it, because he says he didn't get it until he got to Canton PD later in the evening. Yeah, Canton was conflicted out, but they don't care. It was heated.
Either on scene, either in Dighton or at the Sallyport garage, or at any point in time that you were in the presence of that vehicle, what, if any, contact did you have? What, if anything, did you do or observe Sergeant Mechanic to do with regard to that damaged area you described on the right rear passenger side?
Yeah. Sergeant Mechanic and I never touched any part of that vehicle.
And then what happened? And then the video comes out with him behind the taillight. But he said he never touched any part of it. But that's why they showed it to us inverted. It was inverted. So when it looked like he was behind the driver's side taillight, or when it looked like he was behind the passenger side taillight, whatever taillight it looked like he was behind really wasn't the one. Right? It's Trial Channel's watch party. Thank you, Trial Channel. Everyone's going to go give you a sub and a like. Thank you for doing Lord's work and letting us use your video. As always, we love you. Never touched any part of that vehicle. That's why they had to invert the video, because they knew the video showed him by that same tail light. Right?
As far as the moving it from sort of the tow truck into the Sallyport area, how was that accomplished?
The tow truck driver removed it from the tow truck and pulled it into the...
Okay, so you let the tow truck driver drive the murder weapon into the Sallyport? I don't know, Peter Murphy, are you still here? Scott, are you here? Would they allow the tow truck driver to drive the murder weapon into the Sallyport?
Sallyport Bay.
Now, as far as prior to leaving that Sallyport area of the garage where the vehicle was, what, if anything, did you and Sergeant Mechanic do with reference to securing that vehicle or coordinating it off in any way, shape?
We tried to set up a perimeter as best we could using caution tape, just kind of sectioned it off with caution tape.
Now, at some point...
Yeah, no caution tape at 34 Fairview, though, right? To guard the lawn, the crime scene for the entire day. But, you know, when you get it in the Sallyport, that's when you find the crime scene tape. Strange credulity said it's on video. Buchanan drove it into the Sallyport. Remember, he said it was him, and then he backed off and said it wasn't him. Like, there was some conflicting testimony there, right? Scott says it should have been pushed in, and crushing capacity is parked now. He's not driving his 18-wheeler anymore, so now he can watch. Hi.
You leave the Sallyport area of the Canton Police Station, and where did you go from there?
We had a debrief meeting. So there's other troopers. There's troopers at scene on 34 Fairview Road. There's other troopers conducting interviews. So at the end of the night, members of my office met in a conference room at the Canton Police Department to exchange information as far as what everyone had learned throughout the day.
Right.
And as far as that meeting is concerned, that's just troopers from your.
Was Brian Albert there and Kevin Albert there? Were they there for the meeting, for the debrief? Were they there? Was Kevin Albert there? Let's hear what he says about who was there.
And throughout the day.
And as far as that meeting is concerned, that's just troopers from your unit, from your office. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Oh.
And so there were no members of the Canton Police Department that were present for that. Is that correct?
No, correct.
And do you know why that was?
They had taken a step back from the investigation.
What
They
about
weren't going to
Perkowitz?
participate in any interviews or anything of that nature.
And how was that communicated to you and Sergeant Buchanan?
The best of my recollection was that debrief meeting that we were informed that essentially Canton PD would be taking a step back from the investigation and that now this is just solely a Norfolk State Police investigation.
So before we get to sort of the debriefing and all that's covered in that, as far as when you're on call, you get a call for any kind of sort of homicide or unattended death or anything like that. You then become what's called a case officer for that investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe for the jury sort of what the duty or the role is of the case officer vis-a-vis the rest of the members of the unit?
So essentially, a case officer is more of a facilitator. You kind of delegate out tasks, coordinate interviews. The case officer isn't the sole decision maker. I have supervisors. I have that we bounce ideas off of. I get feedback from. I also keep them updated. It's a collaborative effort. In each investigation, we're a small office, so when a homicide comes in, everyone essentially drops what they're doing, and we all work on it together. So it's a collective effort.
You didn't drop what you were doing to get your ass out of bed to go over to see the scene where a Boston police officer was murdered. You didn't do that. You didn't do that, but you dropped what you were doing to do your debrief at the end of the night. Yeah, it was like a conflict light. Says Olivia. A little cupcake says, taking a step back in their Sallyport. Wow. Thank God Barrows was there first. You're right. A collaborative effort. Right.
From. I also keep them updated. It's a collaborative effort. In each investigation, we're a small office. So when a homicide comes in, everyone essentially drops what they're doing and we all work on it together. So it's a collective effort.
What is more important
to
than
work
getting
on these
to the
cases?
scene?
And
What is more important? You got the call at 6:48. You never went to the scene that day. You didn't even get your ass into Canton PD till 10. You didn't get your ass to the hospital till 1. This makes me so much madder knowing what we know now and knowing that we're going to get his location data, or somebody is, maybe not us, and they're going to be able to pick out every single lie. When he got up on the stand, he swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help him God. And let me tell you what, all of everything on his phone that they just finally got a week ago is so horrific for everybody in this department. The walls are crumbling down. It's insane. Insane. And they watched Karen put her password in too. They took the phone before the warrant. They watched Karen put her password in. Yeah. Coming on with nothing new. We're still here 3.5 hours later. Well, we did do some new stuff. And I also have, I want to show you the letter from Alan Jackson to the police. So we may just break this here and then come back and do this tomorrow, because tomorrow we have a full day of things to do. We can do this tomorrow after I go on Emily C's show at 9:30. So let's just let him wrap up his last sentence of bullshit, his version of the truth. And then we'll go over the letter from Alan Jackson to Cox.
And essentially, the case officer is just kind of the record keeper of all the reports that come in and video that comes in. But when it comes down to decision-making time, it's a group effort.
Oh. Group makes decisions?
With reference
Group
to that
think?
collaborative effort that you were just discussing and this sort of debriefing meeting, so there were other troopers doing other things or other tasks throughout the course of the day of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And so what was sort of the purpose of or not specifically what was discussed, but in general terms, what was discussed during the course of this debriefing?
How are we going to pin it on the girl?
The taillight piece is found at 34 Fairview Road by CERT. The one sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road. Interviews conducted, and then Sergeant Mechanic and I also shared everything we had kind of learned throughout the day as well.
And that debriefing meeting, if you know about how long approximately did that take in this case?
I can't recall, maybe half hour.
And so following that meeting, where did you go from there?
The Sergeant Mechanic and I had secured some evidence, the clothing from Good Samaritan Hospital, the additional sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road, as well as the taillight pieces discovered at 34 Fairview Road, and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone and Miss Reed's cell phone, and him and I transported those to the office in Canton.
And when you transported them to the office in Canton, what, if anything, did you do with those items?
The two cell phones were given to Trooper Nicholas Garino, and the clothing was laid out on top of butcher paper to dry out in our evidence intake area. And then the bag taillight pieces were set aside in the evidence intake processing area. Sergeant Mechanic and I didn't have access to the permanent evidence locker area, so we just secured them in the temporary intake area.
And when did he get a hold of the taillight pieces? Did he skip that part? I'm gonna stop it here. So we're at 35:56. There's a lot more testimony to go. So it may take us a couple of days, but if nothing else happens, we're gonna have something to talk about. And I want to rewind that little part anyway. But Yuri said you went out to dinner, sir, says Emily. He's such a liar. I mean, I can't wait to see every single one of his lies pointed out as it is matched up with his cell phone extraction, where he was, who he was texting. Imagine how much content we're going to get out of that. That was only 35 minutes of it. I know. I can't even believe it. Wow. Emily, the charts that you're going to have to make when the cell phone extraction comes out. It feels like we watched 5 hours, only 35 minutes. Yeah, and they still had the audacity to try Karen again, even after all the exculpatory evidence. He's going to have to wait until tomorrow because he's getting on my last nerve right now. And knowing what we know now is making me so much more angry than it did the first time. And the fact that we didn't get to see him the second time, probably good for him because he didn't perjure himself twice, but not so good for, who knows? At some point, I'm at a loss for words at some point. Right now, I'm at a loss for words. Here it is, October 27th, 2025. That is today's date. This is a letter. Let's merge all the windows. Good. And then let's make this bigger. It's a letter from Worksman, Jackson, and Quinn, dated today, on their letterhead to the Honorable Michelle Wu, Mayor, Office of the Mayor, City of Boston, and Enrique Zuniga, the Executive Director of the Massachusetts Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission, the Post Commission, regarding immediate Brady listing and post review, Commissioner Michael Cox. Oh boy. Things are going to unravel for a lot of higher ups, a lot of them. Madam Mayor and Director Zuniga. Boston Police Commissioner Michael Cox has been caught in a lie, and not a small one. On July 10th of 2025, Commissioner Cox publicly denied any connection to the Karen Reed case or to Officer Kelly Dever. He was asked about the allegation that he met with Dever before she was called to testify, in the first Reed trial in 2024, and that he told her to do the right thing. In this unequivocal denial, Cox stated, "I have nothing to do with Karen Reed. Matter of fact, I didn't even know this person, Kelly Dever, was associated with the Karen Reed case." He doubled down. "I didn't know she, Dever, was even associated with that case. I was struck, like, what do I have to do with the Karen Reed case? I've never said those words together. So the fact is, it's much to do about nothing." We just watched the video a minute ago. To the next window now. Those statements were false, patently false. Commissioner Cox, the head of the Boston Police Department, actually asked, "What do I have to do with the Karen Reed case?" The answer is obvious. One of his officers was dead, murdered, and the victim's body was discovered in the front yard of another Boston police officer. For the commissioner to suggest that he had nothing to do with that case defies both logic and leadership. Common sense tells us he had everything to do with it. Newly obtained evidence proves that Cox knowingly misrepresented his involvement. On February 22nd of 2024, the FBI's Boston field office sent Commissioner Cox an email explicitly referencing Dever and the Reed investigation. The email from Assistant Special Agent in Charge Stephen Kelleher to Cox stated, "Just a reminder, the documents were released to the DA's office late last night. The officer we spoke about is Kelly Dever." The very next day, February 23rd, 2024, at 11 a.m., Cox's official calendar lists the meeting with Officer Kelly Dever. Exactly as Dever would later testify and Cox would deny. The timeline is indisputable. Cox's televised claim that he had nothing to do with Karen Reed and didn't even know this person was associated with the Karen Reed case, Kelly Dever, was a bold-faced lie, one now disproven by documentary evidence originating from the FBI itself. Yes, and I will add to this, and discovered by Corey Hopkins. She's a superstar. She's a superstar. Because none of this stuff was ever turned over to the defense, as it should have been in the Karen Reed case. And it took a Freedom of Information request. Boy, is some clerk going to get in trouble for this, do you think? As the head of a law enforcement agency, Commissioner Cox is an officer pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 6E, Section 1. When a police commissioner lies about his own contacts with the FBI and meetings with an implicated officer, he forfeits the credibility and integrity his oath requires. That is the very definition of a Brady Giglio violation. Under Brady v. Maryland and Giglio v. United States, prosecutors have an affirmative duty to disclose any evidence of dishonesty by a government witness or official in every case where the official might either testify or influence the testimony or evidence provided by others. Commissioner Cox now fits squarely within that category. It's wild. Accordingly, Commissioner Cox must be referred for immediate inclusion on the Brady List maintained by the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office. In addition, the Post Commission must initiate a full disciplinary review for dishonesty, lack of candor, and conduct unbecoming an officer under Department Policy 102, which mandates that employees shall conduct themselves at all times, both on and off duty, in such a manner as to reflect most favorably on the department. This is not a political issue. It is a question of credibility and public trust. When Boston's top law enforcement officer lies about his own knowledge of a case under federal scrutiny, the stain spreads across the entire system. Accountability cannot stop at the commissioner's door. Yes, Robin says Dever owes Corey a huge thank you. Yeah. Yep. Because she was going to take the fall. The people of Massachusetts deserve law enforcement leaders who tell the truth, not those who hide behind it. In light of the documented evidence now in the public record, there is only one responsible course: add Commissioner Cox to the Brady List and open an immediate post inquiry. XOXO. Alan Jackson, attorney for Karen Reed. How about a little, like, some how dare you emojis? How dare you? Because now it's proven that he lied. How stupid is he, too? Why wouldn't he expect that question, number one? Do you think he wasn't being briefed on Dever's testimony that very day, like in real time? Are you kidding? When she testified that she had a meeting with him, do you think he wasn't being briefed in real time? Are they really that stupid that they didn't go back and look at his calendar? Did he not have any idea that he was ever going to be asked this by the media? Are we all insane? Have we gone insane? Are we still being gaslit? Yeah, the audacity. We're still being gaslit. I mean, yeah, we are. Because Kelly Dever wound up resigning. But she was rehomed from Canton PD to Boston PD with a huge pay raise, like shortly after observing Higgins and Berkowitz in there around Karen's car for a wildly long time, because she was sitting out there and there was all kinds of television monitors, all kinds of CCTV monitors. She was rehomed to Boston PD with a huge raise. They didn't call her during the first trial, but they did for the second trial. Oh, he was in Michigan, says Aunt Bibi. He was in Michigan when the reporters were talking to him. I don't remember, like, refresh my recollection. Did they talk to him the same day that Kelly Dever testified, or was it like a couple of days later? Emily, do you have a chart? Oh, are we going to talk about that tomorrow at the 9:30 show? Tune in tomorrow at 9:30 on Emily C's channel. I'm going to be over there in the morning. We're going to connect some dots for you. I'm going to teleport you over there after this anyway. Irish Mima says we need to go back to the ability to agree to disagree. Thank you. Thank you. And can we please put some prayers up for Duty Ron, because so many of you sent me his statement that he received some bad news on Friday. I guess was Friday, this past Friday. The scans from September 11th and the new follow-up scan I had last Monday show that I have 2 additional cancers, thyroid and spine cancer. We find out the treatment plan for my spine tumor today, and I already know the thyroid cancer requires surgery to completely remove his thyroid. I'm getting a second opinion on the thyroid cancer as well. The Sloan Kettering Cancer Center neurosurgeon will tell me today the treatment plan going forward. Once I find that out, I will make a public video. What I'm asking from you all is to pray for me and my family. They're all very worried about this. I will kick cancer's ass. Thanks, Rochella and Pete, for sending this to me, and I'm heartbroken. It's got a spinal tumor. And Sloan Kettering is the best. That makes me really sad. And that's what Irish Mima was saying. We need to go back to the ability to agree to disagree. He's got a tumor on his spine, yeah. Pinky says, I'm going to send a message in chat because autocorrect will not let me share it. It's important. Please read. You could email it to me. My email is in the show notes below. I didn't see it fly by. Sorry, sweetie. Fanbase@mlittlelaw.com. Ashley says, Melanie, do you think that he spoke negatively about the jurors or used racist remarks? Maybe it is in his phone. Yes, could be. Could be the jurors, could be other defendants, could be coworkers. All of those things. It could be defendants. Catherine Smith, thanks for your 20. The FBI actually does talk before pouncing. We can thank Cash for that. Hopefully there's a good group doing the right thing up there. Something needs to be done because this Canton Empire is crumbling. Jig is up. Interesting too, though, that the FBI gave Cox a heads up on that, right? Because everything that they gave in the Toohey dump to both the Commonwealth and the defense was protected by a federal protective order. And yet somebody from the FBI just sent Cox an email, like giving him a heads up. about Kelly Dever and that we just turned all this over to both sides, because what they turned over was Kelly Dever's interview with the FBI, right? They interviewed her. And that's how, Hot for the Hillside says, I have Mets in my spine. Sometimes you can shrink them like mine did. That's excellent news, Hot for the Hillside. Thank you for sharing that. Right, Jadzia. Why would they give Cox the heads up? Did he have is this guy for the FBI like a spy, like a spy for Cox? Like, why was he giving Cox the heads up? And then Cox calls Dever in right away and tells her to do the right thing. Like, if that was all under federal protective order, why did Cox get a hold of it? Like, he shouldn't have been able to see it. Craftastical says, I think it was just a courtesy email to say it's been handed over. But why, though? Because that prompted Cox to call Kelly Dever into his office and say, do the right thing. I don't know. It sounds a little bit shady to me. I don't know. Like, if it's under federal protective order for everyone else, why isn't it under federal protective order? You shouldn't be giving it to the commissioner of the Boston PD, right? Well, Emily says it sounds like a professional courtesy by the tone. Yeah, but why would they be allowed to? Was it a bump? Strange Credulity says, was it a bump? Yeah, or a nudge? Great question. Great question, because if they're investigating systemic corruption, could have been a bump. FBI selling them everything. I don't understand why they would have given it to Cox. If it was under federal protective order, it shouldn't have gone to him, right? I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud right now. Right. And a lot of things people are saying, was it a planned bump to see Cox's response? I don't know. I'm going to have to go look at it a little more closely. But Catherine says, the jig is up. Thanks for your 20. Tennessee Jed wants to know, did anybody ever ask where the vomit came from? No. A lot of people have pointed out that, in order for him to vomit into his boxer shorts, he would have had to have been sitting up. Right. And a lot of you who have ever been punched in the head know that a head injury can cause vomiting, right? I mean, he had classic boxer's injuries is what he had. We know that, right? Brent says, who owns the Canton Chronicles merch website? This Brenda wants a Brenda being Brenda shirt. We Brendas are a special breed, tenacious. I don't know, but I think the channel, it's John Camo, right? And I think his channel is called Canton Chronicles. And so I think that's where you can get it, but I'm not quite sure. But somebody told me that somebody's selling them. Maybe somebody in the chat can tag Bren, BRENW, and let her know where she can get one. Thanks for your super chat. And TD said, he said black sneaker, but they showed white ones. No, they showed a black, that's what the confusion was. It wasn't a black sneaker. I mean, it wasn't a white sneaker. It was a white sole. And there was some confusion about whether one had a black sole and one had a white sole. But it was never a white sneaker. It was a black sneaker with a white swoosh. The question was, or the discrepancy, or the hill that Will is going to die on is that one of them had a black sole and one of them had a white sole. Thank you, TD, for your super chat. Tons of fun. Have you tried the Wonderskin eyeliner? No, I don't use eyeliner anymore. I don't use eyeliner. I find it really ages me, but I do like I like the lip stain. Do they have any other products that I would like? I don't use eyeliner ever anymore. Do you like it? Have you tried it? Tell me. Laura Reichert, little did Proctor know how important deleting stuff off the cloud would become. Yeah, I guess his Celebrite courses were not very good that he took. Guess he failed Celebrite class. He failed shut up class, like Kathy would say, from Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. Gwen Schaefer said he was concerned about Karen Reed's iCloud. Please explain to me in what way Canton was conflicted out. Maybe I'm not sure what that means. Well, I'll tell you. John O'Keefe's body was found on the lawn of Boston police officer Brian Albert. Brian Albert's brother is a detective with Canton PD. That is a conflict, clear conflict, when your brother works for the agency that's going to be investigating you. Well, not really, because they never went inside the house, but that's what the conflict was. Everyone knew that it was Brian Albert's house when they got the call. Everyone knows. I mean, the police departments know where every cop in town lives, right? And they knew it was his brother. And so that means they had a conflict and they could not investigate any further. but they brought the car there, and they set up interviews. Kevin Albert did, apparently. The trap is out, says Lily. Microdot's new video. Excellent. Everyone should go watch it as soon as we're done here. I can't wait to see it. It's the one about Aidan Kearney being set up. And we know he was set up because we've been here. We've been here for all of it. We've read all the papers. We've been here for all of it. Zoe says pushing the vehicle in would leave evidence on the SUV from people pushing it. We have vehicle dollies. I think Zoe is in the towing business or has a towing company. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mama She, for your super generous Cash App. She says for no YouTube fees. I love you. No, I love you more. I love you more, Mama She. We have vehicle dollies that lift vehicles and can be repositioned mechanically with little to no physical touching of the SUV. That's a great point. I still don't think that they should have let the tow truck driver drive it in any event, right, Zoe? Denise says, hi, Melanie from Northwestern England. Didn't you already testify in the second trial they went out for something to eat? Yes, Emily C. just confirmed it after getting back from Karen's and debriefing at Canton. Yes, you're right. Thank you, Elaine, for your very generous Venmo. Manic Monday here too. She says, thank you. No, thank you. Thank you. You're the sweetest. And I see another matcha latte in here. Hang on. Thank you, Alice, for your Cash App. You're a sweetheart. Oh, you're blocked. Alice, send me an email. Send me an email with the link to your channel. And I see that Kimberly thinks she's blocked too. All right, I'll fix that in a second. And all right, so we read Alan Jackson's letter. The Miles King full filing on Proctor's phones we read last Friday. We read, I think we're all caught up on everything, right, that we were going to handle today. Hang on. What is going to happen from here is that when I hit end on this stream, after you smash the like button and do all the things that YouTube likes, is that it's going to send you on over. Oh, thank you, Carly, for the matcha latte. Says, love your show, and the snark tank is the best. No, you guys are the best. After I hit end on this stream, it is going to send you over to the morning stream, 9:30 tomorrow morning. I'm going to be on with Emily C. on her channel over at her house. And it will teleport you over there so that you can hit the reminder button. KBD, I don't know why that happened to you again. That is unacceptable. I don't know how to get YouTube on the phone. I think that I have a feeling that I think that some trolls are causing it, but until I can figure it out, I can't really talk about it publicly. So let me. And then there was somebody else who was blocked. KBD, that was you, right? And whoever sent me the Venmo, just send me an email. I told you about Duty Ron, and we're all going to pray for him because that's the kind of people that we are. We love Duty Ron, and we're going to pray for him. That's that. Are you not allowed to like people that you disagree with or have different views on or who do a show that you might not have done? I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know why people are so mad, but I just makes me sad. Makes me sad. Prince wrote Manic Monday. Thank you. Thank you. All right, everyone. Do all the things that YouTube likes. Breakfast with me and Emily tomorrow morning. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Natalia, I can't give you a legal expert opinion on it because I don't have the time to invest in researching it and watching it. It's a 9-hour stream that I do not have time to watch. And also it's not anything that I would ever be interested in covering just because I'm not interested in it. I have there's so many people that are being wrongfully prosecuted and that need freeing that it's just, I can't opine on it because I just don't have the time to invest. I apologize. I love to give you my opinions. You know I do because I don't like sitting on fences because I don't like to get hurt, but I do not have the time to dig into it. And it seems like there's a lot of people out there covering it. So you can, I can see you now. Can you see me now? I can see you now. I can see you now. Somebody sent me the link to the Brenda sweatshirts, so you found it. So good. I'm glad you found it. All right. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. I know you can do it. Stay safe out there. It's a mad world. But you know, oh, it says Brenda being Brenda. It is in Canton Chronicle. That's cute. That's a cute sweatshirt. Good. Go get yourself one. I think is my merch shop. Do I have a do we have a sale still happening in the merch shop? Hang on one second. I think everything was like on sale for like 20% off, orders of 70 or more, but I think that we might have, there might be a different sale of 20% off of everything, but I'm not really sure, but you can go there. Click the link. It's below in the show notes. Okay. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. I'm getting hungry. It's time for dinner. I can see you now and you are amazing. And I love each and every one of you with all of my heart. And if I don't see you soon, I'm going to die, but I'm going to see you soon at 9:30 tomorrow. And then do you want to come back tomorrow and watch some more of Proctor's testimony? If you want to do that, let's do that. Howie's interview was Wednesday. No, I was on Howie last Wednesday. But Howie's interview with Damon Seligson was on Friday. But I was on Howie on Wednesday, right? Okay. I know it's a late dinner. All right. So we'll watch it again tomorrow after I'm done with Emily. So it'll probably be around 11:30 or so. Okay. Or 12. Maybe 12. Maybe just make it 12. Okay. I love you guys. Thank you. Please pray for Duty Ron because that's a horrible diagnosis to get. Love you guys. Good night. Thank you, mods. I love you. I couldn't do it without you. You guys are the best.